Morning again, guys. So as I've said earlier, it is very important that you are at work at all times because you have to do the minimum of 640 hours. Out of those time, you'll be sick. So once you are sick, automatically you have a day off. So it is very important for you to be at work at all times because if you don't meet the minimum required time, you won't graduate. So before you submit your portfolio, I'll ask your employers to send me the ET3 forms before you submit your portfolios to see that you have met the minimum required time. If you did not meet that time, we won't mark your portfolio automatically. So guys, it is very important. I'll be doing the site visit with you where I'll be chatting with your employers. Then there will be an ET5 form. That form is going to be filled by your supervisor to rate you whether you are punctual, you come to work at all times. So if your supervisor have complaints about you, that form is set so that we can get maybe an average. If the supervisor complains about you, that means you won't graduate. So guys, it is very important. I think you need to take this very seriously. Since your will component is now 4 modules, it is possible that you might pass 2 and fail 2, or fail 1 and pass all. That means you have to re-register again in the following year. So guys, you need to take this very seriously. It's now modules. You have to pass your modules, and also you have to meet the minimum required period of time. So guys, if you have any complaints or any comments, you are more than welcome to send me an email regarding your will training. If you feel that maybe you haven't been exposed to enough horticultural aspects, you need to tell me so that I can inform your employer because it is very important. Since you have 4 modules, it's plant studies, horticulture, horticulture management, and site planning. So all these 4 aspects, they need to be met before you submit your portfolio. Your portfolio is separated into 4 components. So there is plant studies, horticulture, site planning, and management. So I hope you guys follow the instructions. If you don't understand anything, please ask. Please ask, because sometimes you find that someone did something that is wrong, and then you ask from that fellow. You do something that is very wrong again. So guys, it is very important that if you're not clear about anything, there are subject lecturers, you need to contact them regarding the requirements of your portfolio of evidence. So I'll be here. If you need anything, I'm just a phone call or just an email away. Thank you so much.
About the correct completion of the ET form, ET3, ET9.
Oh, okay, guys.
Our faculty will throw it back at them. Then it's their job, it's their responsibility to get the original to yourself.
Okay.
Sam can mention about the dates in as well.
Yes, guys, there is the most important document, which is called the ET3 form. It's look like this. It is the validation that you have met the required will period of time. I hope some of you started early in January, some of you started mid-February. But for you, since DUT registration started, I think, 1st of February. So on your ET3 form, at least it should be 1st of February until 30 June. You cannot go beyond 30 June because in July, you have to return back to campus for the A modules. So guys, it is very important that you check this form with your supervisor before you send it in. This is your key. Once you have passed your subject and you have met the required period of time, we need this form as a verification. If it's not filled in correctly, faculty office won't accept it. So guys, if you are unclear of anything, please contact us. Please. Yes?
Yes, but we have the last leave
Yes, yes. It's for me to get your employer's contact details so that I can keep in touch with them. And then I know that you have been placed. But at faculty office, they use this ET3 form, which is going to be signed at the end of your training period.
Yes, but the data there, like the starting date and the end date, last day.
I will take those. Already it's there in the file so that I know the employer, their contact details and everything. But the ET3 is the most required document.
Like the sleep saying of starting on the 16th of
January.
and on the 16th of July. But you said I must not go beyond 18th June.
Yes.
So how do we do
The letters, remember that the invite. The invites to attend this masterclass, remember I've sent you a letter. I also sent a letter to your employers stipulating that the time you started your will training, you were not registered. Registration officially started 31st of January, right? Yes. So according to the faculty office, they only recognize the time from February onwards, since you were not registered. Is that clear? You were not registered by the time. Registration officially opens on the 31st of January. So you need to be registered within the period of time that you've done your will period. Why are you so confused? Because you have to meet the minimum of 640 hours, of which is like 4 months. February, it's first month, March, April, May, June. By 30th of June, you have at least 5 months. So why are you so confused? Yes?
So by 3rd of June, all of us must be finished with our industry
Yes,
work.
30th of June. Because I think around mid-July, you have to return to campus for the A modules. I've sent a communication to your employers. They are aware if they read that. Yes, another thing, guys, you need to at least submit monthly report to your mentors or supervisors so that they check your progress. Your portfolios of evidence they are very important. You can't just wait till maybe May so that you can write your portfolio. You need to keep a diary every time with you on site. Each and every activity that you did, you just record. During your weekend, you just type your portfolio, you perfect it. Then by the time you have to submit, you don't have to worry. You don't need to wait until you can type your portfolios of evidence. Have something. Make sure that your supervisor check that your work is accordingly, because some of the supervisors were complaining that they expose students to so much, but only to find that the student failed at the end of the semester, just because the student didn't show the work to the supervisor. Your supervisor might just add something onto that. So it is very important, guys. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. As I've said, I'm just a phone call away. There is a class rep. If you need any clarity, you have to send a message via the class rep or send me an email directly. Some of you, they have my WhatsApp number. I don't know, but it's okay. You can just send me a WhatsApp if you feel that you need some clarity or something. Thank you so much.
Guys, I just want to emphasize how important this is. The most important thing is your employer's validation letter. Your ET4, you will be given your will handbook. I've got a detailed will handbook. It will be loaded up onto Moodle with all the forms on. Right, I haven't got paper. We're going paperless for that one. Right, so like I said to you, it's very important to be on your Moodle site so you can access those documents. The ET3 Employers Validation Letter is the most key thing for you to graduate. You will not graduate if that's not correct. And it's not, we are the screen. Faculty will be the judge. If faculty reject it, it's because you've done something wrong. The ET4 is a student questionnaire. It's feedback for us. So you fill it out as a student. You tell us about your experiences at that particular firm. All right? It's not a whine session. I work with a supervisor, blah, blah, blah. It's not a whining session. It's a factual recording. Was it a good experience? Did you get a spread of learning? That's what we want to see. ET5 supervisor report. Pelita spoke to you about it. The ET5, also extremely important. It's the supervisor's rating of your performance. So if you've got a poor performance and we give you 70% for your portfolio, the auditors are going to ask, well, what's the problem here? Why is there a disconnect? Why is things not matching up? Pelita will come and visit you, site visit. She will liaise with you on that. She makes a detailed report and will do any troubleshooting with you at the time. But what I'm here to emphasize with the ET3, let's just go through it line by line. This is to certify that your name, student number, has been employed as a learner technician. You're at the place of work from completion date. That is critical. Pelita told you, let's say you start work the 1st of January. You can't put 1st of January down there because you only registered from the 2nd of February. Isn't that right? Are you with me? So therefore, legally, those days won't count. Crazy, eh? But that's the reality. We are bound by legislation. All right? If a faculty officer is unhappy, we will all be unhappy. So we have to comply with what the faculty officer wants. Right. So the start date will be the date of registration. Which was it? 2nd of February? Yes. 1st or 2nd of February. Put the 2nd of February to be safe. Completion date? 30th of June. Right. So if you started, let's say you started in January and you want to finish in end of May, you'll be fine. But it's still reflected 30th of June. All right. Are you with me? The other item here is there must be a stamp there. Some organizations phone us with all sorts of excuses. We don't have a rubber stamp. We can't do this. This person wasn't there. No excuses accepted. It's got to have a rubber stamp with the name of the firm on there. Second, the other item is your signature here of the employer. The employer must sign there and he dates it. If he signs before the 30th of June, you've got a problem, isn't it? Because the faculty officer will say, why did this person sign before the end date? In other words, it's fraudulent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you all understand it? Because you are personally responsible for completing this ET3 properly. You can't come to us and say, oh, my supervisor did that. This is your ticket to graduate. So if this is incorrect, there'll be a problem. So those are two critical aspects. The start and finish dates, the date of signature. Very critical, right? And then the HOD will check it, Pelita will check it, the HOD will check it, and then it will go to the faculty office. Right. Are you good with that? You all understand? Okay. Thank you very much, Pelita, for your time. Great. Remember, she's your go-to person. If you've got a problem with the individual subject, you go to the individual lecture concerned. In other words, you don't ask me for problems about horts or management. You go directly to the lecture concerned via the Moodle platform. Are you with me? You don't communicate with us on WhatsApp and on your own google.com. You communicate via the DUT for Life. Okay. Thank you very much. Pelita? Super. Cool. Is there anything you want to add? I think we got it all. Great. Thank you so much. Pelita? 30th of June. All right. Great, Pelita, thank you so much. Okay, folk, we got that out the way. I hope you've written those critical things down. Please do not pass incorrect information on to other students. This is how errors get multiplied. Right. Now, we are going to, I need some helpers if you want to distribute these. Our topic today is plant studies. And what I'm doing is I'm actually, can you hand them out? You want to just hand them out quickly so everybody can get one? Can you get, shall I elevate this board a bit? Okay. Can you focus on this? You got that? Okay. Right, have you all got a copy of the site planning plant manual in your hand? Right. Now you'll see it says A module. Right? We do have a B module, except it's a lot thinner. And when I show you plants, it's nice to have your plant list, because I want to speak to your plant list as well. Right. So keep this. You need to bring it with you for second semester as well. All right. You will have an electronic copy of your B module on the Moodle. All right. So I'm just going to talk about what's required for plant studies. Plant studies B. In the past, it's been a simple portfolio. So portfolio of plant profiles. PLSB 301. Historically, plant profiles. Right. Plant profiles. And as I said yesterday, the problem that we had last semester is students are circulating plant profiles from other people's work. They are plagiarizing stuff. They are taking directly off the Sandby website without any alteration. That is not going to happen this coming year. Right. So our evaluation is going to be based on a couple of things. Right. So the evaluation is going to be based on botanical drawing. It's going to be based on live plant ID tests. And I'm going to talk about plants at your workplace and in the landscape. So I'm launching that this semester. Botanical drawing. Botanical drawing. I wasn't sure if we're going to have time for that this morning because Hilton is coming at 10 o'clock. Basically, it's for you to look at plants and draw a simple leaf and twig of each plant. All right. It's an assignment. It will be on Moodle, and I will be able to run you through it. Okay. So it's botanical drawing. We go out into the gardens. We pick up plants. We pick some bush trees, some indigenous trees. We look at a leaf. You draw it on a piece of A3 paper. You record some of the key characteristics. It teaches you to observe the differences between species. All right. So that's botanical drawing. Then I want you to have live plant ID tests, and that will be the responsibility of your employer. Right. Your employer must set up a minimum of 2 tests. 2 tests with a minimum of 20 plants. They can give more. So if you work in Durban Parks, they decide to give you 25 plants, that's fine. but a minimum of 20 plants, live plants. Those plants will be extracted from this plant list in front of you. Right. Got a plant list here. The back, we can go through it. There's 500 different plants there. All right. You're not required to know all 500 before the end of the semester, but I want you to be exposed to at least half of them. All right. Should you have a plant that's not on this particular list that you have at work, that's fine, you can include it, but I want the bulk. You show this to your employer. Right. There must be communication between yourself and the employer concerning your studies. Right. You are not hired as slaves. You're not hired as cheap labor for weeding. You are there to learn. Right. Your learning experience is up to you. So talk to your employer. Don't have to be so frightened of them you can't open your mouth. You have to talk to them to get the learning that you need. Right. And we do understand that not every single place has got everything. The places that have everything, organizations like Sandby, they've got a big range of activities. Organizations like Sandby, organizations like Durban Parks. If you're doing landscaping, let's say you're working for Countryline or McWade's or Leach or Life Group, you will not be doing much horticulture, isn't that right? You're mostly doing landscape maintenance. But then you need to think, you need to conceptualize, what horticultural tasks do I need to do? What's the main thing in horticulture? In one word. Propagation, isn't it? Okay, so when you go onto a landscape site and you have got an empty bed to fill, you are filling it up with cuttings, isn't it? You're using cuttings of gazanias, aptenias. You're making division of dietes and dianella all the time, isn't it? Have you started doing that at work, some guys? You know what I'm talking about. So that is a horticultural activity. Therefore, it goes under your horticultural slot. So yes, I do understand no one place is perfect, no one place is everything. All right. But what we want to see is interaction with you and your employer. We want to see you learning from the workplace. Now, this vegetable growing place gives you a limit of about how many plants, eh? Maybe 20 vegetables. All right. So you've actually got to try and source other plants. If it's a major problem, if these ID tests are not working at your employer, we will host them at DUT. Right? Are you with me? But I would rather it take place at the workplace, because when you come to DUT for your second semester, you're also going to be doing a whole pile of ID tests. Okay? So the moral of the story is I want you to learn the plants are at your employers. Okay? Does that make sense? Right. So Life Landscapes might have something slightly different to Countryline, slightly different recipe. What Kira is experiencing at Doobie Tradeport is going to be largely vegetables. What Sizonke is experiencing is also largely vegetables. But learn the varieties as well. Okay. It's important. Cabbage, what cabbage? Is it a Chinese cabbage? Is it a Kos cabbage? Is it a Great Lakes lettuce? Is it an oak leaf lettuce? All of these things matter. All right. Do you understand what I'm saying, folk? Your learning is up to you. And what I've found is that just giving plant profiles, it's just an exercise in copy and paste. There's no real learning going on. So these assignments are designed for you to interact with the plants and demonstrate evidence of real learning. Right, so live plant ID tests. I want them to start talking to your employer now. Your employer sets the plants, you can discuss it with them, and then he or she marks them. Right. If that is impossible for you to do, as in the case of vegetable growers where they don't have a wide range of plants, we can arrange plant ID tests at the nursery. In that case, I will give you the list of plants I want you to learn. You will have to Google them or come to the nursery in your own time to learn them, and I will test you there. All right. Is that clear? Is that fair? Yes. Do you think you guys can do that? Yes. Fantastic. Right. So you've got botanical drawing. That will be in your Moodle thing. As I say, I'd hoped to do some today. I wasn't quite sure what the time would work out. But we will make a start on that, the kind of species and the kind of thing I want you to do. Right, plants at the workplace and in the landscape. If you're a landscaper, let's say at Country Line, and you are stationed at Cornubia, I want you to make a list of all the plants on that site. So in other words, plants at the workplace, you can make a list of the plants on site. Make a list of the plants on site. You're going to visit several sites, so I want a list of all the plants on site. So that means you ID every single plant that Country Line has put in, isn't it? If you don't know the answer, ask your supervisor. If the supervisor doesn't know the answer, ask the owner. All right. Most of those plants are all specified by landscape architects, and there's a plan for them somewhere. Ask to see those plans. All right. Be proactive in your learning. Those firms are so busy making money, they don't really have time for your learning. So remind them that they must make some time for your learning. Okay, does that make sense? In a nice, polite way. You don't need to be aggressive about it. But just make sure that you get the learning that you need. Right, so I want a list of plants on site. The other aspect I want is a diagram. Diagram of planting. A diagram of planting. Where you go to a bed. Let's say, let's just make it easy one. I'll draw a quick picture here for you. Let's say we're looking at a succulent garden. Most succulents have got a form plant in Durban, isn't it? Aloe Bainesi, or tree aloe. The gardens are so predictable, I can tell you what the recipe is quite briefly. So you've got a tree aloe there, isn't it? So you do a diagram. That will be Aloe Bainesi. Right. Then you might have a pile of rocks, nicely placed, and a few pebbles and what. Right? Then you've got a form plant behind that. You've got a medium height aloe. What's that one going to be? Aloe Thraski. I'll put it all on Moodle in a nice, neat, professional diagram so you can have a look at it. I'm just explaining to you now what I want. So you've got a tall plant, isn't it? You've got a medium plant, Aloe Thraski. Then you've got medium height aloes, Aloe van Barleni. We're going to be going out to the gardens during the course. Aloe van Barleni. Make sure you spell all your botanical names in your portfolio correct. That means you check with Google or you check with a botanical book that they're all correct. Right, so we've got our form plants in place. Big, medium, and low grade. Right, then what do we have next in our aloe garden? Typically, we've got some grasses, isn't it? We've got some grasses to soften all the aloes. What grass is that? Have you heard of Aristida? Eh? I spoke about it before. Have you heard of it? Have you seen it on site? It's actually a bush grass. Ingongoni bristlegrass. So Aristida junkie formis. All right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Gardens are simple, like I showed you yesterday. Design a garden with 6 plants. Right, what are we lacking there? We've got our form plants. We've got some perennials in the form of grasses. What else do we have? What are we missing? What's the other layer that's missing? Ground covers. Right, so give me the names of some ground covers that you guys use. Succulent ground covers. Kalanchoe. All right, very good. So we don't have to, these diagrams can be very simple. I don't want you to draw it so it looks like the actual plant. So you don't have to get worried about that. It's a diagram. Okay, illustrates the size and the position of plants. So with ground covers, let's say, just draw a line here. So over here we're going to have Kalanchoe. What Kalanchoes do you want to have? You have some species names? It's coming. What Kalanchoes do you know? Hey? Flora is one, but Flora is not a mass ground cover, eh? It's more of a little focal point. How about Kalanchoe sexangularis? Hey, you happy with that? Kalanchoe sexangularis, which happens to be red. And let's contrast that. You put a little dot where everything is, so we know exactly what is what. Okay, Aristida is over there. Kalanchoe is over here. Then we've got another one here. A little bit confusing because of space. Here we've finally got, going to contrast that with Gazania ragans. Right. So there's your typical succulent garden in your typical Durban landscape contract. Aloe as an accent. Aloe thraski, which is your June aloe. It's got these recurved leaves. That'll be your medium height. Your low-growing aloe, which is Aloe van Barleni, also very showy. A bit of Aristida to soften the boulders. And for low maintenance, base planting of Kalanchoe sexangularis and Gazania ragans, which will give you a nice contrast of silver Gazanias with yellow flowers and red Kalanchoe sexangularis. Does that make sense, guys? Yes. Right. So your portfolio will be pretty much. I'll work out the exact percentages and I'll put it on Moodle, but it'll be roughly 33%. I might give less emphasis for this and a bit more for these two. We'll see. Well, it could be 33% each. I'll notify you on Moodle. All right. So Moodle is your platform for you to communicate with me. All right. You all cool with that? Fantastic. All right. So it's those three things: botanical drawings, plant ID tests, and plants at your workplace. Okay. Even if it's cabbages, give me all the different varieties of cabbages. Give me the varieties of peppers. That's important because those cultivars are all different. They're all different cultivars that the market is requiring. Are you with me? So when you go to a fine dining restaurant, they usually give you that frilly oak leaf lettuce, isn't it? Nice red one, and then you got green ones. They all got names. Okay. Right. So your historically plant profiles are out now because of plagiarism, copying, and the like. Too much plagiarism, cut and paste. We're not going to go through that again. So you're going to interact with plants by drawing them, but it's not going to be a lot of plants. It's going to be about between 4 and 6. Your live plant ID tests, 2 plant ID tests, run by your employer by using plants based on our list there. If there are other ones, we will accept them, obviously. But local plants. And then thirdly, you take diagrams of plants in the landscape, and you guys can do, those of you that are working at vegetable farms, you can do a landscape in botanic gardens. Right. Any landscape, any Durban landscape. All right, at least 6 plants, a diagram, 67 plants, and a diagram of them. Okay. I'll formalize all of this in nice briefs, all nice and professional on your Moodle site. Okay. You excited about plant studies? That wasn't very enthusiastic. Yes.
So we have to give the list of plants on the site. And
List the plants on the site. Let's say you're working for Life Landscapes. You're maintaining. Give me the name of your site there. One of your sites. Give me the name of one of your sites where you are working. Davenport Park. Landscape site. Life Group. Sorry? MSC. Do you know what MSC stands for, folks? Mediterranean Shipping Company. Isn't that right? The biggest, wealthiest set of capitalists in the world. Their ships go all over the world. Where's that site? Isn't it? Hey? It's at Sharka Marine. Okay, is it a big garden or small garden? How many plant species have you got there? Have you got at least 6? Okay, so you document all the plant species that are there. Then you go to another site, they might move you to another site, you document all the plant species there. Botanical name and common name. And maybe what I'd like is a one-line description. What does that plant do? Is it a form plant? Is it a ground cover? Is it a shrub? Okay, but I'll detail that. I'll detail that in the Moodle exercise. All right. Does that make sense, guys? So if you're working for a vegetable company, get into botanic gardens, visit a friend's, or go to another landscape site and do the necessary. Okay? Just because you're working at the vegetable site doesn't exempt you from all these other things. Doesn't exempt you from the landscaping either. Okay? Guys, you understand there? I can maybe have a chat with your supervisor and we can see what we can work out.
So we can even come to like botanic.
Yes. You can come to Botanic Gardens. They've got that Madagascar garden there. You can take a photo, then you go home. And what you can do is you can buy some tracing paper. You can even trace over the outline of things. Okay. If you look at gardening books, especially a lot of English gardening books, they actually show you the photograph, then they got the diagram with all the names of the plant. So you can look at the photograph and see, oh, that's where the plant is. You know what I'm saying? All right. All understand, folk? Some understand more than others, but anyway. So it's going to be made up 33% each item. Botanical drawing, live plant ID tests, and plants in the landscape.
On the live IP test, the employer will give me a grading on it.
Yes, you got to pass.
So I must submit it for you.
Yes, it goes in your portfolio. All of these items are in your portfolio. That is your portfolio of evidence that I forward to the moderator. So your evidence from your 2 plant tests will be in there with the signature of the employer. All right.
Will you be given like a template of the common botanical name?
I can give you templates, yeah. I'll create templates so it can be uniform and you show them to your employer. This group has got to be different. This group sitting here must talk to your employers. Must show them your learning manual. Say, I've got my learning manual today. These are the plants that I need to learn. Right. They say, well, they might make a face. Doesn't matter. Those are the plants you need to learn. These are the plants from which your landscapes are drawn. Otherwise, we've got students that have got diplomas, but they've got only know British plants. And they get to the employer says, what are you teaching them at DUT? Right. Very important. Okay. So I just want to go, how are we doing for time now? Sorry? 9:30. 9:30. Okay, let's just have a look at our manuals a little bit more. And then we can go out into the gardens and do some quick bush plants, eh? Would you like that? Yes. Great. Okay, if you turn to page 35, you got your plant lists there. And what you'll see is your plant lists. This will be the learning for the whole year. So you don't have to get a fright. You don't have to learn all 500 in the first semester. We give you 2 semesters to learn all 500. But we can test you on the stuff that's here. Okay. So some of it is taken from your first and second semester studies, right? So you've done palms, eh? We've got a nice demonstration garden at the nursery that I created for you guys. So palms, Botanic Gardens is a place to learn your palms as well. We've got a lovely selection of palms. Then we've got indigenous trees now, page 36, page 37. Very, very important. If you're working for a landscape contractor, they'll be using a lot of these trees. Indigenous is the flavor for landscaping, isn't it? In fact, some estates stipulate you must have 100% indigenous, no exotics. Other estates will stipulate you can have 30% exotics and 70% indigenous. And it's not a choice. The homeowner and the landscaper has to comply with that. So learning indigenous trees, very, very important. And we're going to give you some keys for that. Then you got indigenous and exotic ground covers. Should there be things that you encounter in the workplace that are not on here, just add them to your list, then tell me, and then we can add it further to the list so the list is more complete. Then we got climbers, very exotic and indigenous climbers, page 40. Then we got, I'll divide into exotic shrubs, which sadly are going out of fashion in Durban, but I would like you should try and recognize them. Some of them are around. And after exotic shrubs, quite a few there. We've got exotic pot plants and foliage crops. You did a lot of that with last year in Hort, isn't it? How to grow foliage plants. Do you remember? Hello, remember you passed that. Do you remember foliage plants? Name me one foliage plant. Ficus benjamina. Right. There's a whole pile of them there, because in the past my emphasis was on teaching students foliage plants, but now foliage plants is generally limited to 4 or 5 varieties. The most popular foliage plant being Ficus laurata. Have you seen it? It's used for interior decoration. I want you all to Google that. Write it down. Ficus laurata. If you only know one interior landscaping plant, Ficus laurata. FicuslyRata. Google it, Ficus laurata. It's trending. It's been trending for the last 2 or 3 years. If you know how to grow them, you'll make lots of money. They sell for 100 Rand, between 100 Rand and 1,200 Rand each. I went to Florida. I went just down the road here. There's a cut flower place. They had a large one there. It was for sale, 1,600 Rand. Right. They're grown by air layering. So if you know how to air layer, you can get a big one quite quickly. Right. So there's a lot of pages, exotic and foliage plants. We're probably going to major a bit more on those next semester. Grasses and grass-like plants, indigenous and exotic. Then a big section on succulents, which are trending. Basically, every Durban garden now is a succulent garden. Sadly, doesn't have to be. I think we don't have to stick to the recipe. Learn the recipe first, but enrich the recipe, eh? Then we've got indigenous shrubs. Again, very important for you guys, especially in the landscaping. Exotic trees, and then finally bulbous plants. All right. Now, on the front of the manual, you've got applying key botanical knowledge. What is your key botanical knowledge that you learned about in plant studies? What are some of the key take-homes? Okay? Plants are arranged taxonomically into families. Families is another word for tribes. So you know what they say? Different vibes for different tribes. Each tribe is different. So once you recognize the one tribe, you can easily recognize other members within that same tribe or family. And that is key, especially for indigenous plants. Especially indigenous trees. They all look the same, isn't it? They all got green leaves. Most of them, you look at these indigenous books, all the plants are in full flower. But when you practically go there, there's not a flower to be seen. Isn't that right? So the technique that you use for ID has got to be via leaves. So you learn the characteristics of each family. Okay. There's hundreds of families, but the most important ones are REM. Can you remember that? The top 3 indigenous families in South Africa are REM. We're talking about applied botany. Now again, students with the plant profiles, they give me a whole botanical stuff, and I don't know what they're talking about. It's just been taken off the internet. Zygomorphic and hypogeneous and this and that. If I were to ask them, I don't know what they're talking about. So we need to use terms that are simple and easy to understand. Applied botany. Botany is good. Horticulture is applied botany. So if you look in your manuals, I've got some pictures here taken from Elsa Pooley's book. Where's all that pics? Let's just have a look here. Noting botanical features. Okay? Page 33. Oh, thank you very much. I did make an index. Page 33. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Page 32 and page 33. Those are all the botanical terms you should be using. And if you look on the left, you'll see just for leaves alone, there's a whole lot of different diagnostic features, isn't it? That is what you use to identify your indigenous trees. So you can turn yourself into an expert through this page and by learning the information that I'm about to give you. So there's many different plant families. Now you've got to ask yourself, if I'm to be an expert on plants, I need to know the main families, isn't it? Just let him in there, please. Applied botany. So we're looking at the top 3 in SA. Number 1, Rubiaceae. Number 2, guess, begins with an E. One of the biggest families of succulents in South Africa is what? Begins with an E. Euphorbiaceae, isn't it? Have you heard of Euphorbiaceae? Euphorbiaceae. All families end in ACEAE. Third one is Mimosaceae. Right. Now each family's got a common name. All right. You don't have to speak in Latin all the time. Rubiaceae is coffee family. Euphorbiaceae, it's a succulent. They can be spiny or not. Some Euphorbiaceae are quite smooth. If you look at one that all Durban gardens use, and that is Euphorbia tyricale, isn't it? Golden pencil bush. Have you learnt that one? Never touch that thing with your bare hands. You'll immediately get a terrible rash you'll get the sap on your hands. You rub your eyes, other parts of your body will start to sting and burn. Right. That's Euphorbiaceae. Some are succulent. They're all succulent. They're all water-bearing. They generally have milky latex. And then you've got Mimosaceae. Mimosaceae is our acacias. Remember we were talking to you yesterday about tree forms? Acacias, symbol of First National Bank. Acacias. Right. So those are the top 3 of all of our plant families. So it makes sense if you learn this tribe first, you'll have a handle on it, doesn't it? Right. Now we've also got other families. Well, let's just look on page 32. Mimosaceae is what kind of plants? Remember we spoke yesterday about vegetable production? What was crop rotation? What was the first crop we had? Legumes. What's a characteristic of legumes? Legumes have 2 characteristics. They're nitrogen fixing, that's what they do. But what do legumes look like? They look like peas and beans. What are peas and beans? Those are pod bearing. So if you want to idea a plant and you see it's got a pod on, 2 characteristics, pods and compound leaves. What's a compound leaf? A compound leaf is a split leaf, isn't it? So those 2 characteristics are key. So they all bear pods, all of them, and they all have compound leaves. And all the acacias also have another characteristic. They're all thorny, isn't it? Acacias are thorny, albizzias are smooth. Albizzias are also in the mimosa family. All right. So all acacias are thorny. When it comes to your leaves, so when you look on page 32, you can look at the different types of compound leaves. So you get bipinnate, peripinnate, and imperipinnate. Okay. So acacia is likely to be any one of those. So leaf configuration is key. The thorns, the direction of the thorns, the size of the thorns, and then the type of flowers also key. If you look at flowers on page 33, where's your typical Fabaceae? Your typical Fabaceae flower is pea-like, isn't it? It's got a keel. It's asymmetrical. Peas and beans have got similar flowers, but acacias have got pom-pom flowers, isn't it? Because it's a slightly different tribe. Okay, but I'm just telling you, that's an easy way to quickly recognize a member of the mimosa family. Euphorbias always got milky latex, can have spines, sometimes spines are absent. Rubiaceae, we're going to talk in, Rubiaceae is one of the biggest families, the Gardenia or coffee family. Gardenia or coffee family. And I've written about these plant families in this document. I want you to read this, okay, and take notes and use it as a working document to help you. So if you look in the index, you look in the plant families. I've got 10 plant families every horticulturist should know. Number 1, Fabaceae, peas and beans. Fabaceae and Mimosaceae are the same thing. Right. So number 1, peas and beans. Number 2, these are not in particular order, but these are just 10 families that are important horticulturally. You've got mints and sages. Remember we talked about herbs yesterday? Salvias, an annual. All Durban parks use salvias. Mints and sages, every housewife uses mint. 3rd, palm trees. Durban is known for its palm trees. Malvaceae. You eat marshmallows. Any of you eat marshmallows? None of you. Don't eat marshmallows. Too sweet. Yeah. Eh? You put marshmallows on top of a Marie biscuit. Put it in the microwave for 10 seconds, you got a nice little snack. Why do we mention marshmallows? They're called mallows or madders. It's a hibiscus. Have you heard of a hibiscus? Okay? It's marshmallows are actually derived from members of the mallow family. Right, then we've got Rubiaceae, the most important one in South Africa, gardenias and coffees. Then we've got the sunflowers, Asteraceae. Then we've got olives, Olea africana. Then we've got figs and mulberries, very big in Durban, because we use a lot of ornamental plants that come from India. So a lot of the fig trees come from India. Mulberries not a good one, because mulberries are what? I know you got it. They're exotic, but they're a bad exotic, eh? They're what we call a what? An RAP, invasive alien plant. So mulberries have to be rooted out wherever you find them. Morus alba. Then we've got Anacardiaceae, also a very big family with indigenous plants. Most of our bush trees are Anacardiaceae. Mango trees, we also got mangoes from India that we can eat, that you will include in your food gardens. And then lastly, we've got grasses, one of the biggest family of plants in the world. Grasses cover the earth. Think bamboo as well, the world's largest grass. Okay, so I've got a little write-up about each one. We'll explore that during the course of the year. All right. Right, so I want you to read this manual. Yeah, you look tired already. You're tired. Oh, too much stuff, right? All right, so A, apply botanical knowledge. Apply botanical knowledge. Learn botanical knowledge and apply it. B, I've given you comprehensive plant lists. You've got a list of 500 at the back. C, another topic that we touch on, not today, but in this course is arboriculture, very important. A lot of our students used to work for Durban Parks. There's a lot of street trees that need attention. So how do we look after trees? You might have done some of that in your course before. Have you done arboriculture? All right. So some of it may be repeated, but the difference is we're going to look at trees of Durban. We can go to a park. This is in your second year of study, second semester. We can go to Bulwer Park or Mitchell Park, have a look at the trees there. Many of them are beautiful exotics. Right, plant profiles. We are not doing plant profiles. We're not doing plant profiles this semester because of aforementioned reasons. But you can still, I don't want to put you off plant profiles. We're going to have a talk now from Hilton. Hilton belongs to the Botanical Society, and he'll talk to you about collecting plants from the wild, what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, how to take good photographs, how to get your plants identified. All right. So there's information there on item 2, plant profiles, I'd like you to read. If you see page 6, so page 4 talks about what is a plant profile. A plant profile is simply, in its simplest terms, is simply a picture of the plant, its name, and a brief description. So in that case, we are going to do plant profiles. It will be part of your landscape list. All right, you give me a list of plants from the site. One line. This is a form plant with beautiful orange flowers, with a form plant with beautiful red foliage. Okay. So a plant profile is just simply an image and a short bit of text that goes with it. You can collect, you're not allowed to collect plants from the wild unless you've got a permit. All right. Rather take a photograph, post it to a chat group, they'll help you ID it. If they can't help you ID it, we can go to the herbarium, which is another place I used to take students to. Right, then you record that image, take a nice, you can either record images by a photograph or by line drawings, which is one of our assignments. Okay. Then recording and noting the botanical features. What botanical features do we need to look at? You can see there's questions to ask there. The most important being, what plant category is it? Is it a tree, a shrub, or a ground cover? Very important. You can't just learn the plant name on its own, isn't it? So I say Aristida junkiformis. I mean, wow, what does that mean? It means it's an indigenous grass that covers most of KZN. It's actually indigenous. It's been hybridized by horticulturists to be grown by seed. And it's probably most in demand by landscapers because it's the strongest and toughest and cheapest. That's the significance of Aristida junkiformis. Then you look at the plant division. Looking at page 6. Is it a monocot or a dicot? That's also important, isn't it? So most trees are going to be what? Monocots or dicots? Dicots. Why are they dicots? Just in simple language, why are they dicots? Why are trees dicots? Why are trees dicots? Why? Give me one reason why trees are dicots. Anybody? Try. Right, correct. That's one characteristic. They got vein-like, they got the venation, the leaves or the veins in the leaf are reticulate. They are net-shaped. They're reticulate. Whereas a monocot has stripes along its leaf, isn't it? Example being agapanthus. Agapanthus has got stripes. Clivias, those are all parallel venation, therefore clivias and aggies are dicots, or are monocots. What's the other characteristic? There's 3 characteristics of dicots. Someone else? The flowers. What are the flowers? What about the flowers? Correct. Dicots are in groups of 4s and 5s, whereas monocots, let's take a nice example, agapanthus is a nice one. The petals are actually fused together. The parts of the flower are actually multiples of 3, 6s, and 9s. All right. And lastly, what's the third defining characteristic of dicots? Taproots and adventitious roots. Partly, but there's a lot of variation in between. What I was looking for, what do trees do? They branch out. What do your parents do as they get older? What happens to them? Their bodies change, eh? They start thickening, isn't it? Trees have thickening, isn't it? They got big fat trunks, isn't it? That's called secondary thickening, isn't it? Do you remember that? Where the cambium in between the vascular bundles pushes out, forms a new layer every year, isn't it? That's secondary thickening. Only dicots do that. All right. But palm trees, you can say, well, palm trees, well, how come palm trees are also woody? Palm trees are woody, but they have a different configuration, and also they don't have bark. All right. They don't produce bark, they don't do secondary thickening. So what are some examples of monocots? Aloes are monocots, isn't it? All aloes are monocots. All palms are monocots. All grasses are monocots, isn't it? Most bulbs are monocots. All right. So it helps to the number one, plant category. Number two, is it a monocot or dicot? Then we look at the plant leaves and stem. So we can spend a long time, and you will have to spend a long time doing your drawings. Your drawings of indigenous trees are designed to help you to observe, look at the leaf. Look at the leaf shape. Is it a simple leaf or a compound leaf? Look at the leaf venation. Look at the base of the leaf. Look at the tip of the leaf. Look at the petiole, the flower stalk. Is the leaf is the leaf armed? Some plants, the leaf has actually got prickles on it. So there's a whole lot of questions I've itemized there. You can have a look at it for yourself. Plant roots, unusual qualities of roots, flower symmetry. We don't have to get into all of that, but we've answered the main question, is it a monocot or dicot? Each plant family's got its own floral patterns. All right, that's another key to recognition. But the problem with when we were going in the bush, not all the trees are flowering, isn't it? So therefore you have to start with leaf diagnostics. Okay. There's pictures of flowers on page 34, all different types of flowers. Page 32 and 33, all the different, not all the different, but most of the major plant families, the different flower types. Okay. So when you idea plants, first port of call is, what plant category is it? Why am I learning about this plant? Second port of call is it a monocot or dicot? Right? Third port of call is, we look at the botany of the plant, the exterior shape of the plant. Start with the leaves. Then we look at the stem. Finally, the flowers and fruits. And once we've thought about all that, then we can make our diagnosis, and I can say, well, this is a Brasilia micrantha. I know it's a Brasilia because it's got prickles on the stem. I know it's a Brasilia because it's got net venation, and the leaves are lime green. Right. I know it's a Brasilia because it's got little green fruit. Okay. But many trees have got green leaves and little green fruit. Okay. So it's an art and a science. Are you with me? Great. Page 8, understanding plant families, why they're important. 2 reasons why they're important. Plant evolution and plant patterning. Now what I've just been speaking to you about is plant patterning, isn't it? Every individual in this world looks different. Isn't that amazing, eh? Every fingerprint is different. We call that a visual signature. So when you recognize plants, it's like meeting new friends. You get a visual signature for this plant, you put it in your brain, isn't it? You walk in the garden, you see the same plant, you tell your friend, oh, there's a Brasilia micrantha. Not to show off, but you're reinforcing it in your mind, isn't it? So after you're saying Brasilia micrantha for 3 weeks, you're seeing them all over the place. You know Brasilia micrantha, isn't it? You know it for yourself. That's the whole point. Right. So why do we learn about plant families? Two reasons. One, plant evolution, and the second is plant patterning. I've spoken to you at length about plant patterning, the leaves, the texture of the bark, the type of flowers, the type of fruit. Plant evolution, another plus of learning about plant families is every botanical book in South Africa is arranged in the same way. It's arranged according to the order in which plants evolved. How did plants evolve? First we had the primitive plants. What were the primitive plants? Oh gosh, I'm going to have to go to Jill Shackelford and have a little look at your plant marks. What were the first plants that evolved? Cycads and ferns, isn't it? You've done plant evolution, I'm sure you have. Didn't you do it with your teachers? Did you not go through botany and plant evolution? No plant evolution. Oh. A long time ago and far away. All right, I'll make it easy for you. First of all, we had the primitive plants. Primitive being cycads and ferns. How do cycads reproduce? Hey? Do they have flowers? Hey? Cycads. How do cycads reproduce? There's lots of cycads in the garden now. Very valuable plants. How do they reproduce? Are they angiosperms or gymnosperms? Gymnosperms. What do those words mean? Right, very good. Gymnosperms are naked seeds. So you've got a male plant and a female plant. If you look in the garden, you'll see the male cone is long and thin, and the female cone is short and fat. The pollen from the male has to be manually taken and transferred onto the female for those seeds to be fertile. Right. Remember yesterday we spoke about male and female pawpaws. Remember that? Same story. So gymnosperms were the first plants, the primitive plants. No, flowers, angiosperms only came last. So you've got gymnosperms, pine trees, all your fir trees, pine trees, cycads, those are gymnosperms. Then the second group, any botanical plant follows the same progression. After that, we've got ferns, isn't it? In South Africa, we've got a limited species of ferns. We don't have many. Thinking of tree ferns, if you go to Drakensberg, you find tree ferns. And those are, how do ferns reproduce? Do they have seeds or spores? Spores. So I think you did, didn't you do the fern life cycle? So I know you did the gymnosperms life cycle. I know you did the fern life cycle. We're just connecting the dots now. So first the cycads and ferns, and the more primitive plants. Finally, we end up with the complex plants, which are gardenias, rubiaceae. Those are right at the end of the book. So once you start handling these plant books, you know exactly where to open your plant book for what family, because of that evolutionary progression. Okay, that's why we learn about plant families. It gives us evolutionary progression, which is very interesting, and then it gives us our plant patterning, which is what we need to diagnose plants. Right. Okay, thank you very much. What's our time now? I think it's 10 o'clock? Yes. 10 o'clock. Great. We're going to have a break now. Hilton will be on his way, and then we'll resume the next session. Okay. Thank you very much. 100%. Okay, folks. Welcome to our masterclass, second session on plant studies. My pleasure to introduce to you my colleague and friend, Hilton McLarty. Hilton was one of my students in 2004, and he is now an expert landscape designer, expert amateur botanist, and he's chairman of KZN, Eastern Seaboard, Coastal Branch Botanical Society. All right. So he heads up all of these nice trips into the bush where they go looking for flowers and bush plants and whatnot with a whole bunch of other people. Then they get out their cell phones and they record it all, and then they enter it all in these worldwide competitions you can enter it into, which is called iNaturalist. And we're going to get people speaking to you about iNaturalist later on. But conservation is one of Hilton's major passions. conservation and landscaping as well as myself. I love indigenous plants. I love going out to the bush and identifying indigenous plants. I love answering my cell phone in the middle of lectures.
You can edit that one out.
Yeah, don't worry, he will edit that. All the bloopers and blushes will be erased in a special blooper reel that you'll be able to access at the following link. So, right. So as I was saying, conservation, horticulture, those two go hand in hand. Hilton heads up the Botanical Society. It's called citizen science. People do it because they want to. They don't get paid for it. They don't get any money out of it. They do it out of a passion for conservation. So at the end of this time with Hilton, I want you to leave here with a big smile on your face thinking, yes, I'm going to go out to the bush. I'm going to see what's there. I'm going to learn about plants, how to ID them, see what the benefits of conservation are. And most important is here you can join the SANBI. SANBI is a huge national family of plant scientists, experts, conservationists, horticulturists. It's a wonderful family to belong to. All right. So Hilton.
Cool, thank
over
you.
to you. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Yebo. Are you guys lively? Yes. Are you ready to be here? Yes. Afternoon session. Okay, guys, sorry, Jonathan, I'm actually only on the committee, the BOTSOC committee. I'm Savannah heads up. Thank you for having me. I think it's going to be quite a nice little walk through conservation, just to know what BOTSOC does. But I've added some slides in there to talk about conservation holistically. Where is, what, why, you know, these terms that no one really knows why. And I think the most important thing that you can take away is why we do this and how you can help. One big thing I think with a lot of things humans do is we only look at things in isolation. So when I'm talking through this presentation, it's really important to you to think about how you can add this into your daily lives. Okay, because this is not something that you park at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is something that you do from the day you were born to the day you die, every morning as you get up to when you go to bed. When you're even sleeping, this is what you should be doing. So it's something that needs to consume all of our lives, like we breathe every day. We're experiencing the effects of not doing conservation. And for humanity, it's a really important problem that we have at the moment, an issue. Okay, so what is conservation? I'm going to read some of these and then I'll elaborate. Can everyone see them? Okay. Does anyone know what conservation is before we start? No? Have you heard the term before? Yes? Have you experienced conservation? Have you seen anyone doing conservation? No. Where are you guys from? All over Durban. Okay. This applies everywhere in the world. This applies to where you live, to where you work, in your daily jobs. Every little bit is so important. So environmental conservation refers to the preservation and protection of natural environments and its resources, including wildlife, plants, air, water, and land. Okay, so BOTSOC by itself, really, we focus on plants. But plants have an effect on all of these things. Plants are like the foundation. You know, a lot of things eat it. They recycle in the environment. So that's where BOTSOC focuses on is plant conservation. It involves a wide range of practices and actions aimed at reducing human impact on the environment and promoting sustainability. So do you guys know what sustainability means? Well, what does it mean? Come on, throw me out some words. Sustainability is something that it can be done forever. It doesn't have many pools. It really, I'm sort of lost for words now, but sustainability is what we're trying to achieve, is that a balance between humans and the environment. Do you think at the moment we have a balance between humans and the environment? And why are some of those things? Just shout some words out. Huh?
There's a lot of waste being produced damaging the environment.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So there's a balance. Nature works in balance. And for things to be sustainable, everything has to be in balance. Humans need to be in balance. We often think of ourselves as apart from nature. We live in the effects of nature every day. So it's not something that, like I said at the beginning, you can park at 4 o'clock. You have to engage with it. You have to be thinking, what am I doing today that I'm going to impact? I mean, everyone came here in a taxi. So that produces air pollution. So there's no balance there. Did any of you plant trees this year? Apart from at work? Or no, so there's something where you can balance things. Okay, environmental conservation is important for maintaining biodiversity, supporting ecosystems, and obviously climate change and promoting sustainable development. There's that sustainable again. What are they talking about here? Sustainable development. Water. You know, how do we get rid of sewage? Has everyone heard the problems in Durban with sewage? So that's again another thing that's not in balance. Ecosystem services, do we know what that is? Yeah. Okay, practices and actions that support environmental conservation, including reducing, recycling, renewable energies, conservation of water, practicing sustainable agriculture, and protecting wild areas. So a lot of this, Botsok doesn't do. We only focus on the plants. But these are some of the things, what is conservation. Some of the biggest challenges for the environment includes climate change, pollution, deforestation, overfishing, habit loss, and invasive species. So again, there's some good ones in there. Botsok really looks at deforestation, climate change, and invasive alien species. Does everyone know what an alien species is? Okay, cool. So personally, there are other things that are quite important for me. Pollution is one of them. And when we talk about pollution, it can be from water to the air. And I'll chat about that a bit later on. So also environmental conservation is supported by a range of policies, international, local, national, on corporate levels, through individuals. So again, the whole system, the whole of our society, there are people thinking about these things, making policies, giving us guidelines of how to deal with these issues. And Botsok is one of those. They are there to help assist, make people aware, and drive the mission forward for us to all be working balance with nature and be part of nature, because that's the psyche. There's nature, there's us. We're in nature. We might adapt it for our own, our own lives and what we need to do. Ultimately, environmental conservation is essential for ensuring the health and a thriving planet for future generations. Okay, so that's what's conservation. Do you have any questions on that? No? Okay. Okay, is that the next one? Yeah. Okay, so in Durban, We have lots of different areas that we can conserve. So I've listed a few, and later on I'll give you some other places, actual specific places where you can go and have a look. Because I think it's important for you guys to understand and to go and find these areas, see what we're talking about, if you haven't already. Has everyone been to an area that's under conservation? No. Okay, well, maybe we'll think about how to identify them. So coastal forest is one of our biggest ones. There's only 6% of coastal forests in their natural state left in Durban. And there's a very nice book, but I can't remember who wrote it. It was published by, I think, the Durban Botanical Trust, and it specifically deals with coastal forests.
Durban forest.
Yeah, is that what it's called? Oh, have you? Yeah.
I don't have it in my back pocket.
Yeah.
I'll bring it. I'll put it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite books. It's so beautiful. It's really nicely written. It's not a hard read, and it's really something that you guys, if you can get hold of and have a look at, is magic. And in there, it explains a lot of what we're going through here, but in more detail. And some of the innovative ways that Durban is trying to protect these remnants. I think one of the best places that I personally feel that is a good example of coastal forests is the Hawaiian forest in Umhlanga Rocks. Has anyone ever been to Umhlanga Rocks? Yeah? So if you're going on the M4, you pass Umhlanga Rocks, the old village, all the way to Sibaya, and between Umhlanga Rocks and Sibaya, that's remnants, and particularly the one on the west side of the M4 is what is left of coastal forests. For example, that forest and that system used to have flamingos in the lagoon. And something also specific about that forest is that it's a private forest. It's owned by a private landlord, and in someone's will it was proclaimed that he wants it to remain natural. And with that, not many people have had the opportunity to go into that forest, only through guided walks. So, you know, it gives you quite a good indication of what it should have been. I mean, there's other remnants, but that for me is quite one of my passions, that forest. And then we get mangroves. So mangroves, there's quite a few, one or two places where they grow. Really important for marine species. And then we've got the beaches, obviously. Big time under threat right now. Why are they under threat? Sewage, there we go. Then we get wetlands. So wetlands, you can find them wherever. There's a river or a low point where the surrounding area drains into. And you know, I've listed here a few different things that they live for, obviously wildlife and birds. But again, wetlands are really important in ecosystem services. To do what? You guys know? To purify water, to clean water. That's one of the biggest things that wetlands do for humans. And they also prevent flooding. And then obviously further afield, then we've got the Drakensberg, estuary systems, and then mist-belt coastal subtropical forests, further inland near Hillcrest, and then we also get grasslands. You get coastal grasslands, you get upper mist-belt savanna grasslands, and those are sort of the major ones. And there's also different types within that, and every different type of these, there's different types of plants. So botsocks, for example, they involved in different areas. So we've got, we enjoy taking guided walks through coastal forests. So we, like the Hawaiian forest, so I personally do the walks through there. Crew does a lot of grassland species. So yeah, it's a wide variety of things. So the next one is a whole different thing. Do you guys think is this an ecosystem? So now, if you guys hadn't been to any of these, no one's really been to these. You might have been to the beach, maybe a coastal forest, you know, but that's basically the only interaction you've had with the natural ecosystem. But there's urban ecosystems. And this is something that all of us live in every day. We use their services. And for me, this is a big passion. Sorry, there should be a P in the past. This is a big passion for me because this is how we interact with nature, how we use nature, how we get resources from nature, get pleasure, enjoyment. And we'll go further down in the slide and we'll talk about those sort of benefits. But so, for example, Durban. Durban has a really quite extensive open parks, green spaces, Durban Botanic Gardens, Mitchell Park, Game Bird Park, and other important habitats. So has anyone heard of DMOS? DMOS, yeah? So DMOS is an amazing initiative by Durban, the Durban municipality. It is something that helps protect these areas. It gives a legal or a sort of like not illegal, but you know, policy around natural areas, because humans don't appreciate natural areas. Do you guys appreciate natural areas? Do you guys appreciate trees enough to hug them, strap yourself to them, and when someone comes to cut them down, you're going to stand there? Because that's actually how radical we all need to be, because these impact our lives severely if they last. So obviously Durban, what we interact with every day, are parks that even have nature reserves, obviously gardens in your homes. That's the part of the urban ecosystem. Where do you guys live? Do you guys have gardens? Do you have areas where you sweep to keep the snakes away? So those are some of the, we'll get into it, but some of the issues that you guys have to work through and try and adopt to better this urban ecosystem. Rooftop gardens. Durban did a really big study on rooftop gardens. So today, a really hot day. Normally in February is the hottest day that we have in Durban. On a normal flat roof in town, with, you know how the flat roofs are, they're roofs with gravel and bitumen. On those roofs, the temperatures can go up to 90 degrees. That's how hot those tops of those flat areas. And obviously, tar will get hotter. Okay? So green roofs help reduce this. And on that same day, if a roof has greenery on it, so it could be 5 centimeters of soil with some succulents on top, or it could be, 300 and then bigger shrubs on top. Those roofs will have a consistent temperature of 35 degrees. So that reduces the heat island effect. Have you guys heard of the heat island effect? Yes. So that is a huge problem in urban areas. So rooftops, so important. And then they add a better thing. I mean, we've all had flooding. So what the rooftop garden does is reduce the amount of stormwater that's rushing into the pipes during a heavy storm event. It sits there in the soil or in the leaves, and it holds the water, and over time it percolates into the stormwater. So this, in urban areas, is a phenomenal part of the ecosystem. And the services it provides have real impact on us humans. I don't know of a study here, but in Belgium, in Brussels, rooftop gardens, they have a lot of bees. And the honey from bees in urban areas is very different to honey that you would get, I don't know, somewhere in the Midlands, where either it's foraging on those big wattle plantations, you have one sort of taste, where urban bees have, like they're in a candy box. They have lots of different flowers, so the honey is very interesting, tastes very different So your urban area can flavor the honey. Durban could have its own flavored honey. Cool. And then obviously wetlands. Sometimes they're also part of stormwater attenuation. So if any of you have been to Virginia, Checkers in Durban North, you'll see next to the Checkers is a big area that's got mounds on either side and lawn in the middle. And when it rains, that area fills up with water, and it's meant to act as a stormwater attenuation. So again, reducing pressure on infrastructure, and it provides a really important service. Obviously, beaches are one of our urban ecosystems, and Durban has plenty of those. And has everyone been to the Durban beachfront? And you've seen the rehab of the dunes that's happened on there. So that's not just because it's nice to have greenery on the beach. That's also important for rising sea levels and climate change. So when you get those levels that increase, those dunes are the first line of defense. And then urban forests, obviously, good place for wildlife. Urban rivers, we don't really have very good track record on that right now. Street trees. This is one of my passion projects, street trees. Street trees provide clean air. They filter the air. They're the only thing that can take dust particles out of the air. They reduce noise, they reduce heat. But some of the most important services they provide is actually saving us all money. A tree-lined avenue like Kauri Road right here, or what's the problem in Keys, I think it is. What's this, the road above us here? Anyway, you'll see that the trees form a canopy over the road. So there's no sunlight that gets to the carriageway underneath. And that extends the lifespan of that tar, of that road for up to 50%. So it has a 50% longer lifespan because the UV from the sunlight is not actually degrading the surface of the road. So that's real infrastructure costs. Well, obviously those trees are old and they may have come not the correct way, etc. But those are some of the real things that this urban forest can achieve. Street trees, they have a whole other health aspect for humans. And then obviously green roofs is sort of the same as rooftop gardens. But yeah, any questions on that? Have I opened your eyes to a whole new ecosystem? Something that you guys can see every day, monitor every day, touch. Cool. So I think we're getting the picture here of what it's about. So why is it important to conserve? Okay, so I think a lot of this that we spoke about, biodiversity, to protect animals, plant species. This is one of the biggest problems we have is a lot of things are disappearing. So community is a big one. And then parks has a really awesome micropropagation to help reduce this. But biodiversity, why is biodiversity an issue? Why is biodiversity an issue? What is happening to the natural environment? What do you need for biodiversity to be amazing, being balanced? So one of the major things is that habitats is disappearing. So all those things that we listed, or ecosystems, I should say, that are listed before, they're changing. They're changing through human activity, through climate change. So biodiversity is a real challenge. And that's one of the specifics that WhatsApp really looks at and tries to find the biodiversity, what remains of it, and how healthy, and monitor over time. Then ecosystem services, so we've spoken a bit about that. So one of the major things in an urban ecosystem, prolonging lifespan of roads. That's a big one. Stormwater attenuation. These are real life, everyday things that these urban ecosystems do. Obviously, climate change, natural resources, sustainable development. This is something that I'm sort of quite involved in personally on everyday today. I do a lot of landscaping plans, a lot of landscaping designs, and no house in Belito in these estates can get built without a landscaping plan. And that landscaping plan has a lot of rules that you have to include, things that you can't include, and encourages biodiversity. So most landscapes that we do in urban areas, it's got very limited amount of biodiversity, plant material. We like big areas of agapanthus. So my job in those estates is to add in all those pretties, all those things that are not commonly available, all those things that are threatened in ecosystems around where these estates are, and you can take them and put them into these estates, and they almost become like a mother stock for seeding and propagating and all that sort of stuff. Okay, I want to elaborate your health. So humans, this is why conservation is important. We again think we're not in tune with nature. We're separate from nature. Nature has an impact on us every single day, from the air we breathe. So an interesting study that came out of Australia. Does everyone know what dementia is?
Dementia?
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
You get old like me, you start losing your mind. You can't remember people's names.
Yeah.
In my case, I'll start forgetting plant names. Then I really get worried. And then your child comes to you and you say, well, you do that. That's dementia.
Yeah.
Your brain goes.
Yeah.
It gets eaten up.
So yeah, exactly. So as you get more senior, you lose your ability to communicate, to interact with people. And in Australia, one of the biggest studies that was done, 60% of people that suffer from dementia have lived in areas of high poor air quality. High
density housing.
No, just high or poor air quality.
Poor air quality.
So I mean that is a real thing that affects all of us, sitting right here. And the only thing that can sort that out are trees. And what is the biggest thing that we all do? On a Sunday, this is Durban's favorite pastime.
Chainsaws. Get out the chainsaws.
Jeez, this thing is
Get out the
messy.
chainsaws and the bush knives. Chop down stuff.
Sorry, you can see this is one of my passions.
Yeah, right.
But the thing is, guys, this is you're not seeing the effects right now, but later on, your children, yourselves, and air quality is something that affects all of us. Do you know in Durban, in winter, the air quality is worse than Beijing? Yeah. And in the south of Durban, in the Nazi and stuff like that, the air quality is so bad there that the app that I follow on my phone, you should be wearing a respirator. Most days in winter, you should be wearing an N95 mask in Durban. That's how bad the air quality is. And that's heavy metals, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, sulfur. One of the biggest contributing things to that is fire. It's how we all cook, how we sustain ourselves every day. So remember what I said at the beginning? It's not a 9 to 5, it's an every single day. So just because the fuel that we use to cook every day is contributing to that bad air quality. And especially in the mornings, it sits in the valleys. So ultimately, it's good to sit, higher up on the slope if you have a house than at the bottom of the valley in the river, because that's where a lot of that air pollution sits. But for me, that was the biggest wake-up call ever, downloading the app. I mean, everyone thinks, oh, Durban's cool. I mean, and in summer, you're fine. But in winter, it's when we struggle big time. But the only thing that can reduce that is trees. Just a bit of a side note. I watched an interesting documentary on earthing. Does anyone know what earthing is? So, as all of us, as the Industrial Revolution sort of came forward, we all got shoes, we all put nice shoes on, and how many of you, I mean, probably in South Africa we're not, there's not a problem, but in other places in the world it is that people do not put their feet on the ground. They're not discharged the electrical energy that you get through walking and static. And it can become a cause of ailments. I mean, the research is quite new. I'm enjoying it anyway, put it that way. But, stuff like that, just being out in nature, seeing the color green. There's a lot of studies that show that, people that are in hospital beds, that have a view of a park, have a view of a forest, recover faster than those that are sitting in urban areas looking at other art buildings. So green. And green, we evolved to see. Dolphins only see in black and white. We as humans, we see in green because we have 3 types of cones in our eyes. And those are predominantly there to see color, well, to see green, but also to see fruit, because we eat fruit. So nature has helped us evolve. And by taking it away, it really reduces our connection to it and our ability to feel pleasant, happy. If we're hungry, we're happy. Green is that color. Economics. Yeah, economics. I mean, this can go on forever, But again, this is why conservation is important. From a tourist perspective, to giving all those services, to agriculture, and yeah, I think that's okay. So this is where we're getting on to Botswana. Does anyone have questions about what we're talking about now? No. Okay. So what Botswana's about is promoting public awareness to plants specifically, to what we've been talking about, how plants can be, how plants are important to us. And we do this through a range of activities. So we support research, we support the writing of books, we support stuff like this. Has everyone been given?
Okay, the 2016 book.
This is the one I wrote. No. So these, this is the one I wrote in.
That one you wrote?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't have multiple copies there. I'll just pick that up here.
Yeah.
I'm not actually going to keep it.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite serendipitous.
Yeah, I don't know if it was any
So
good.
show us your article. What's the article?
This one, yeah.
Trees for? Trees for?
Trees for small gardens.
Okay. It's not in this particular handbook, but we can photostat it for you.
Yeah.
James,
yeah.
I can arrange for Hilton to autograph it for you. So I know this is great.
So these things, this is like one of the awesomest things that WhatsApp has ever done for me. So it takes, just let me get it. It takes, for example, like the average tree book.
The tree books I'm talking to you about. And we spoke about plant evolution, arrangement of plants in families. So if you're really smart, you know your families, you don't even look at the index, just go to the correct spot in the book.
Yeah.
I'm sure else you can do.
Yeah. Well.
So I'm going to say Rubiaceae. No, I'll give you the easy one. You know where Rubiaceae is. So you don't like the book, go straight to Rubiaceae.
Yeah, well.
But that's the most common plant family.
So stuff like this, which is maybe a bit scientific, well, it is quite scientific.
We don't have to apologize for science, eh?
Yeah.
Botany is something you can get into, and you can get into it with Bobbit.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a degree. I don't have a degree in botany.
No,
Hilton
no.
doesn't have a degree in botany. The woman that actually wrote that book didn't have a degree in botany either, but they awarded her a degree afterwards, wrote their book.
Oh wow.
Also brilliant. She got an honorary doctorate. So it's not about degrees and stuff. It's about what do you know
Yeah.
and how can you apply it.
You can always get that after. Yeah, it's easier. But I mean, so these are one of the best things that Bostock have done. You know, they've got plants of stuff that grows in Durban, and then there's awesome articles. You can see where you get these plants, and they take what's in here and elaborate on it. So like this one, barriers and screening. You know, those are some of the important things that these plants can do for us, but while conserving, while adding to the urban forests, while helping birds and the bees have food, and helping those eco-urban systems. So these are really, I think these are a passion of love that Bostock's done, and they've done it. I think they did it for 10 years or 20 years.
I don't know if they're making any new ones.
No, they haven't.
The handbook I gave you is an older one, 2013, but they went through a 10-year phase of just producing these handbooks with articles. So I've got a range of them in my office.
Yeah.
But you've got one in front of you. Please look at it. And
so I use this every day. For me, it's a quick, easy reference guide of what you can buy as a landscape in Durban. Some of them not always, but most of them you can. So this is, I mean, I love it. And also some of them, it gives you a list of landscapers, it gives you a list of nurseries, it gives you a list of consultants. So it's a really how-to book that was published for 10 years you see, I mean, it's really awesome. So those are some of the things that WhatsApp really tries to put a lot of effort and time into, because this, you know, it stood the test of time. 10 years, I mean, it probably finished in 2010, and people are still using it day to day, you know.
doesn't date.
Yeah, it doesn't date, exactly. I mean, these plants have been here for millions of years. Okay, cool. And then protecting threatened species. WhatsApp supports an organization called CREW. And they go out on excursions, looking for plants, finding plants, visiting old plants to see if that habitat is still around. They do that quite often, at least once a month, depending on how the month is going. But that's something that you guys can get involved with. That's something you guys can come along to. Those things are free. And the thing is, the amazing thing about this is when you get to those excursions, you meet people that you can download their information. Like you guys should be downloading your information from Jonathan. You know, everything is electronic now, but you need to download, you need to be present, and you need to go and see and speak to these people. You need to want to be their best friends. You want to go and talk to them. Just almost be irritated.
But do you hear what Hilton's saying? What Hilton is saying is attach yourself to a mentor. You work in companies. See who you feel comfortable in that company. Even the laborers know the names of these plants. In many cases, I did training for Sandy at Nelspruit Gardens, Lowveld. I did a plant ID course, and I let the one laborer lead it, because he knew all the plants. The same with the plants in your section, you could name the Latin name of every single one. No matric, nothing. So attach yourself to people you know.
Yeah. I mean that's priceless. That's better than an education, because that person will have skimmed this book and he'll tell you the bullet points. You know, and you just have to download that, input it. Artificial intelligence. It's great. Okay, habitat restoration. So Botsok, they're quite involved in Umdoni Forest down on the south coast through Dave Henry's. He's done a lot of work over a lot of time. In the Hawaiian forest, we've done some alien weed eradication. So that's really another important part about what we do. Botsok even went as far as to clean the sewage pipeline to the Mhlanga Rocks pump station because it goes straight through the forest, and there's a lot of alien weeds growing out of the pipeline with trunks like this. And obviously, if that broke, then all the sewage would end up on the beach. So, like they're actively involved, and they want to assist where they can. Advocacy. So there's lots of policies, lots of developments that have EIAs, which WhatsApp does respond to and gives their approval or no approval or comments, or very, very balanced, but really important, because I think a lot of people don't consider all the points. They support the botanical gardens. They have a working group that comes quite often. So there's another thing to get involved in if you wanted to. There's some really awesome people on there. I think Barry Lang. He used to be one of the chief horticulturists here. So come enjoy that. Take a day off work. Come work in the botanical gardens. I promise you, it'll be something that'll take you to the next level. And you must come with questions. Like I'm standing here talking to you guys, and I'm worried that you're not asking me enough questions.
You want to have a USB download? Connectors, HDMI, HDMI.
So
you can have a transfer. Press download.
So and the thing is about asking questions. If you ask the question, probably 10 other people in this room have been thinking the same question, and it's all about sharing knowledge. The problem I have also with horticulture and livestock, for example, right now, is that unfortunately a lot of the people, like Jonathan, no, Jonathan's young actually, but a lot of the people have had a career and retirement and have all the knowledge, but no one's downloaded it. That is stuff that we cannot put in books or fill in books, and that it will be lost when they're no longer here. So this is why finding a mentor, being a rash to someone like that is so important, because it's helping spread that to the next generation.
Thus, you're the future of South Africa. What's the environment of South Africa going to look like? You are the ones that shape the environment. You taught how to do landscaping. You can plant a tree. You can harvest bush seed to grow trees in your back garden. You can commercialize your talents. The knowledge that Hilton has of indigenous plants, in time, there are organizations that will hire you to consult for them. Big money. Eskom used to be that. They used to pay 700 to 800 rand an hour to identify plants for them. Now we all know what happens to Eskom.
Yeah.
But there are other alternatives as well. There are contracts out there, big contracts.
Yeah.
SAPI puts out big contracts. Come and assess the biodiversity. And then you can, if you're expert, you put down your credentials.
Yeah.
Hilton's credentials, your credentials are your experience. What contracts have you worked on? Who have you worked with? Are you credible? Can we believe what you say? Not just, he's got an A for this and an A for that. No. What can you do? Alright. Do you understand what I'm saying, folks? Very, very important. Our WhatsApp needs to be transformed from largely white older people to black young males and females. Energetic. People who got energy. We're not forcing people who say, 4 o'clock and I'm going now. You know what people are there? Hilton said nature's 24/7. These people are passionate, they're dedicated, they're working without any monetary input at all. Going up and down their pipeline, chopping out aliens so there's no sewage on the beach. The government should be doing it, but they're not. That's why Botswana has stepped in. So there's many, it's not just about serving. Serving is great. Hilton's a server. Hilton serves. I serve as well in a limited capacity. But you can also commercialize your talents. What you learn now will help you get a job in a landscaping firm.
Yeah.
So when you're hired, they will take you a walk around their contracts and ask you what's that. Hey, they didn't teach us that at college.
Yeah.
No, you should know exactly what that is. Because yes, we did teach you in college, and no, you didn't write it down.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? All of this WhatsApp stuff, indigenous trend is not going to go away. It's not going to change. There's been a whole shift in my generation as a horticulturist from exotics I love exotics. Believe me, I advocate for exotics. Because Durban is an exotic city. Lots of parks. So there's been a shift away from exotics almost to 100% indigenous in Durban. If you go up to Gauteng and that, they still believe in a lot of exotics, which is great, so I'm not knocking them. But in Durban, KZN, emphasis almost 100% indigenous. Go down to Western Cape, emphasis there, almost at least 70% indigenous. So start getting into indigenous now. Little by little, one plant a day, 2 plants a day. Before you know it, over the course of 6 months, you've learned 300 plants that are available locally.
And also the thing is, so what we haven't talked about is network. So you guys are all here from different companies. Are you guys talking to each other? Sharing ideas? Because the thing is, I know it's a commercial enterprise, but the thing is, you learn from each other, find out the mistakes the other company's doing. You know, just collaborate. You know, it's so important, your network. And that's another thing that WhatsApp offers, is network. Is to be introduced to minds like Jonathan, to be introduced to minds like Jeff Nichols or Elsa Pudi. Where else would you get the opportunity to go and talk to someone that has written a book on the subject? And those are the key things of why these organizations are important. So yes, I mean, this is amazing, but the networking is even more priceless. You know, so you're getting the takeaway, you're getting the download, the volunteering from, and practical knowledge from people working in the Botanic Gardens or wherever you volunteer, and then you're getting experts, you know, that actually will stand there and talk to you about things. So this is the passion way I'm trying to, maybe, I don't know if I'm getting across, but these are the key to your industry that makes you great, is being introduced to this. Being able to, hey, I don't know what this plant is, take a photo, Jeff or Elsa, what is this? Oh, no problem, it's that. You know, that makes you better than your competition. Okay, these people can't do it every single day, but the thing is, that's sort of the practical application. And through that, then you'll always remember, wow, man, Jeff, Elsa, you know, Elsa taught me that. You know, and these people's legacies also live on, because, you know, anyway, sorry, I'm waffling.
Can I just Hilton's part of a group is called the Botanical Society Czech Group.
Yeah.
Now, if you're really good, we'll allow, maybe we can set up a, maybe set up a student group, a subgroup. Yeah. So they're not flooding the, you know, you don't want to flood a group with too much stuff, otherwise people get cranked.
It's already
plus like that. You know, so, but that is available. I mean, I don't contribute much to that.
No,
but I see there's so many people that say they post a pic, they got the ID within a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And if you try and ID that plant yourself, you might still be sifting through the book. Is it a rubiaceae? How many species of rubiaceae? Hundreds. You understand what I'm saying? But if you're a member of a group, you can learn so much, and they all have biodiverse information. So they've got a butterfly specialist, he'll say, oh, what this caterpillar has got heads like this, you put a photograph down, and he'll tell you the whole life cycle of that caterpillar. Not that you need to know, but if you want to know, it shows you how everything's connected, the birds, the caterpillars, the butterflies, and all by joining a simple chat group, no cost at all.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask Hilton to set up a chat group for you guys.
We'll actually
call it a DUT, we'll call it a DUT thing, and we can send, if you're at, maybe send it to us first, the Hilton or myself can ID it. So we don't flood the official page with all the unnecessary queries like if it's a Celtus Africana or whatever, Hilton or I can tell you what it is. But not always. I mean, sometimes we start by looking at a tree, yes, I don't know what it is. I've no idea where to start. Put it on the group and somebody will answer it. But also wait a bit, because some people come up with the wrong ID, and then they get corrected by the experts a bit later on.
But you see, then we all learn.
Everybody learns.
Even, you know, we all learn. And you see, that's the beauty about it. You know, that's also, again, your network. So those people are seeing, oh, you guys are, you you're writing all the time, you're hungry for knowledge. Okay, I'm going to hire that person. So you like, this is what we're trying to do with WhatsApp, is to connect you guys, is to connect all of us, because we all have a mission. If you're passionate about it, you know, because you must consume. Consume.
Yeah, I can just say with that plant ID, let me tell you, if you're moving with the expert, you come out with the wrong ID, everybody's going to jump on you. Right? Because they want to know, oh, this is a Gardenia fulcensa and not a Gardenia sunburgia. So it was a sunburgia, and then somebody will point out, well, this is the shape of the leaf, and the fruit is like this, and you learn. But people are passionate about plants, passionate about plants, and about getting it right. They're just saying Gardenia sunburgia, or Gardenia is not good enough, or which Gardenia?
Yeah.
And these, I think it would be a great step forward to
Okay,
set up a school.
What should we do now, and then everyone can scan the QR code?
You can do it when you finish your talk. Sorry, I've interrupted.
Yeah, no, but I love it.
But we've got this WhatsApp app. I'm a member of it still, and we can have a special group for you guys. Alright, Plant ID group. How's that?
Yeah.
If you go to the herbarium, they'll charge you for ID plants. No.
Yeah. I went there once and was shouted at because it didn't come at the right time. And then I was like, okay.
Maybe it was too close to 4 o'clock.
Yeah, exactly. But also another institution, and you see this is the problem with institutions, you need young people, you need passionate people, and those people have all the knowledge, but who's downloading that knowledge? I'm not downloading the knowledge. And that's again, there's all this knowledge but no one has it. Okay, citizen science, we're going to touch on this in a minute. But that's basically you guys, everyone, members of the public, how you get involved, what you see, write it down, record it, because it all goes into the ether, the web, and then we can use that information. And that's one of the paid projects of WhatsApp. But I'll get into that now. And then partnerships with different organizations like DUT, WESA, you know, although they do quite similar things, is to, you know, a lone person doesn't have a voice. If you're a collection of people, you have a bigger voice. And a collection of even more people and organizations, you have a shouting box. So that's one of the things that helps WhatsApp do what they do. And you guys must ask questions. Find out about WhatsApp, phone them, or phone Sandra. Have an idea, ask questions. You know, that's what it's all about. I'm talking too much. Okay, I'm just going to skip through this quickly. Sorry?
We have touched tourists.
Tourists, not another leg. Okay, cool.
No. Yeah.
So what I just want to also explain to you is the different places that conservation is looked at. You've got local, provincial, and national government. And Botswana, they also have a national, more local rather than provincial, but there's different branches, and those different branches do different things. So our branch here, all those ecosystems that are listed before, that's more their specific frame of reference, where you get ones that are in the Midlands, they're focusing on those sort of habitats. So if you really wanted to move, or you have a passion for plants in the Drakensberg, being on groups in that area is also quite beneficial. So it doesn't have to be limited to what we have here. Then obviously they have national, and then, you know, these are all the different things that this local government does. But you can see, going through the other slides, where we plug in. I mean, parks. But sorry, actually, can I jump back? Did I talk about? Yeah, no, that's fine. So parks, creation of parks, waste management, understanding that. That's another thing that WhatsApp should get into, but we don't have people. There's a very limited amount of people that actually do things in the society. The lady that organizes, she's amazing, but we need volunteers, we need you guys. You know, we need your input, we need your suggestions, we need you guys to ask questions, because that pushes the organization to how you guys want to use it. So just local government. I'll share the presentation with Jonathan, because there's also another list as well. So you got local government, provincial government, national governments, and they obviously have conservation areas and stuff. I've listed here the different acts that WhatsApp calls on as a frame of reference, and specifically more the acts for how we deal with EIAs, when we talk about EIAs and are trying to comment on those. That's another major important thing that we, again, don't have enough people working on, because that takes a lot of time and energy. But having people that are familiar with all these, I mean, we've got the National Environmental Management Act. Do you guys know that? Because as landscapers, you guys need to know that. Yeah. And protected trees. Does everyone know what the protected trees are here? In KZN or in Durban?
There's 3 protected trees in Durban.
Okay, let's do an easy one. Let's do an easy one. There's three protected ones right here. Well, there's more than 3 protected. A cyclone. Everyone knows what that is. Pretorius. No, not Pretorius.
Warburgia.
Yeah.
South.
Yes.
It's called the African pepper tree. Warburgia salutaris. So after lunch, we're going to look at that exhibit and talk about those plants. Warburgia salutaris. Apparently, the big one in Botanic Gardens got chopped down.
According
to
I mean, a yellow.
yellow trees.
But you see, the thing is, I would go. This is another passion project, but I haven't gone to. So I don't think, bearing in mind what we just talked about, conservation, is there any tree over 15 centimeters in diameter that should be chopped down without a license? And the thing is, when you guys are gardening, working where you're working, those are some of the things you really need to take account, because you are changing the environment in which the people that live around there, and not even the clients, experiences the world, air pollution, etc. And by you altering the environment like that, that is a major act of terrorism, because that's what it amounts to, because you're putting people's lives in danger. And if that is consistently done, then all of a sudden you've got deforestation. And those are something that you guys can nip in the bud. Hey boss, I don't really feel like doing it. Or have you thought about these implications? And educating. And you see, that's also where boss can come. If you don't know that, ask questions about it. We can help you, you know. But anyway, so alien weeds. Also, you guys all know your alien weeds. And if you don't know specifically, you know where to find the information. You guys know where to find the information. So there's a website called archive.org. There are botanical books on there that have been uploaded by people, and they are really. I think some of them are Sambi books actually, so it's fine. Sambi. And also at Durban.gov, they've got the alien list of aliens that are predominantly here in Durban. So you guys need to, if you can't retain all the information, at least know where to get it and check before you touch it. Once it's cut, it's gone. And you're 50 years in the minus. Okay. So having, knowing these acts, understanding these acts, downloading these acts, having a little read, going into Google and asking it to give you a summary on these acts, what they actually do, is really important in your everyday to-day life. WhatsApp, we use those to be able to write, especially with EIAs, and get the people that are making decisions on sustainable developments or development to think about, you know, and other things. Do you want me to read through them so you can at least write them? Can you see them?
I'll do is I'll upload a copy of this onto Moodle.
Okay,
cool. So you know, this generation is not great on interrupting.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, but why not?
Right.
Writing is so important.
No, you're absolutely right.
I won't go into the 3 phases of learning. Okay, so where, how does WhatsApp communicate? So obviously Green Times, so any publications that you do, Felton Flora, they have, if you're a member, you have an actual book that every month they decide to publish. There's also something called Plant Life. So if you Google Plant Life, it gives you really in-depth scientific descriptions and information about plants that they showcase in that month. We are trying to digitalize a lot of the old previous ones, but the new ones are online. It comes out every month or every quarter, and if you don't really find that plant interesting, it's just something to keep you guys going forward, expanding that knowledge. And then iNaturalist, we're going to come to in a moment. Sandy, does everyone know what Sandy is? Has anyone been on their website? Seen their resources? And then Plants Africa, have you guys been on to Plants Africa? Okay. And have you ever ID'd a plant through Plant Africa? And was that easy? Okay, I'm going to give you some easy things in a minute. Yeah, environmental monitoring, and then where there's also an interesting thing. Yeah, so let's get on to the fun stuff. Okay, so iNaturalist. Is everyone a member of iNaturalist? Yeah. So you guys upload, take pictures. Have you guys participated in the BioBlitz or the City Nature Challenge? Okay. So let me talk about iNaturalist and what's WhatsApp's involvement. So WhatsApp through Silvana, she works for Sandy, and we collaborate with our members to record fauna and flora in Durban, to collect data. This world now is driven on data, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, plants are in the physical world. How do you get plants into the physical world? You have to upload them into the virtual world. And by doing that, this is the one biggest thing you guys can contribute to conservation is to digitalize plants. And by you taking photos, logging where that is, helps provide data. And that will inform a whole bunch of things. So helps with environmental planning, understanding the distribution, biodiversity of that area. These iNaturalist lists can create a plant list for a specific area. So if you wanted to be given extra to your clients, I don't know, does anyone working in an estate or a complex here? Or you guys are all managers?
So they're all in the experiential training.
Okay. So
generally work with companies like
okay, so you guys will have input into these places. You start a project for that one client, and you say to them, maybe they're all involved in plants, or they want to, every time you see a new plant, you click it on iNat. Then they have a plant list, a species list. Then you can, if you know a bit about butterflies and birds, you can watch out for this plant, or this is when this plant will be flowering. So it becomes a very holistic way of engaging with your clients and also giving you an edge over your competition. But now I've shared it to everyone, so it's up to you guys. But I mean, that's something that iNaturalist can really give an advantage. But in the meantime, you're collecting data to be able to inform environmental planning and monitoring of biodiversity. Also, keeping track of alien weeds. Some of the people that obviously click on iNat don't know what they are. So you become aware of where these aliens are. If there's big infestations, that's something that you guys can do every single day. Going to work, coming from work, being at work, and then going back in time. So this is also another thing, is that none of us track plants. Over a lifetime, we track ourselves, photos, No one tracks plants. We don't know what it looked like when it was planted until it was mature. So the INAC can do those sort of things. And those are through really exciting things like the City Nature Challenge. The City Nature Challenge is a week in April normally, which all the cities in the world compete to be able to log as many species or as many sightings of whatever plants, animals, insects within that city in a certain amount of time. So it's something that very easy to get involved in. I mean, I think the one year I did like 250 plants in one day. You know, yeah, and that was just, I didn't go to Burnham Bush or some forest somewhere. I just went to the ridge and I went click, 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 click. And it doesn't matter if you don't know what the plant is. So that's as easy as citizen science can be. You know, you don't even have to know it. You just have to use the self. And then going forward, talking about, so this is obviously the page, if you guys know. You got the description, you got who took the picture, and then it's like Facebook for plants, so you can tag your friends, see who see who took the photo, ask questions. It's really like a powerful tool that I think is often overlooked. And then where Botsop comes into play, and these are just some of the things that I've done. So within the umbrella of Botsop, what I do is I Google the internet, see what estates, and I ring fence projects, predominantly estates, because those people have gone to live in those areas because they want to live in wild and natural areas. And so what I do is I create places on INAT that can create plant lists for these plants. Yeah. So and then what happens is hopefully then we get to have a talk and just help them educate, because people go there because it's nice and they bought a nice house, but they don't actually know why they're there and what those plants are, and people start to get very interested in it. So that's something what I do, and then you can go yourselves if you're in those estates working, and then we'll add to those lists. And those lists are there for long. And then say if you haven't seen a tree for a long time because they've been cut out or whatever, you can say, okay, well this did occur in this area. And those are some of the practical applications. Another really cool one that I gave a bit of a chat to Botsop on is this Global Forest Watch. And this is an amazing tool. And it shows areas that get disturbed. So the minute someone chops a tree down, one tree, and the difference in the satellite picture from the 2 days before, you can see the difference, and it will even alert you if you create an alert. But it gives you amazing statistics on the amount of deforestation and to localize areas such as Durban and how much CO2 the canopy is storing. And very, very cool website. And I would suggest that you guys all have a Google and a play with this one. It is a phenomenal, 3 hours later, 4 hours later, you'll still be clicking and enjoying. Yeah, it's something very cool. And I use it a lot. So, for example, around the Hawaiian forest, I have I've outlined it. So anytime someone chops a tree, it's not live, but it is in 2 or 3 days of it happening. I'll go and have a look and see what the story is, and if there's any perpetrators. The minute even grassland, someone takes a bulldozer, exposes the soil, it'll alert you. It'll even show you exactly where it's happening on the map.
So Traffic Pedersen, you remember Traffic?
No.
Anyway, he's the law enforcement officer at the Durban Environmental Branch.
Okay, yeah.
So he's got authority to arrest people that are doing illegal sand mining and whatnot.
See, like
so
this.
Yeah. I don't know if he knows about that.
No, this is quite new.
But he's big on arresting environmental offenders. That's his job.
Yeah.
So I think if you give me that information, I'll pass it on to him.
Yeah, definitely. Because this is the biggest thing when you see 200-year-old tree and someone just felt like, oh, it gives me too much leaves and we just chop it down. This will show you exactly. And the thing is, again, with him, use Google Earth. If it's a street tree that has been chopped down, you guys can go onto Google Earth, street view, and see the tree, and then take a photo of where there's nothing there now. Also with that, it shows that there was, now there's not. And it'll give you timelines of when it happened. So that's I won't go into all of this.
Guys, can I ask you one amazing piece of information? If you go to Kenya, you're not allowed to prune trees in your own garden without permission from the authorities. You go to Kenya, instead of seeing black rubbish bags around, you see plants. Everybody's a grower. You see beautiful flowers, flowering plants you buy in a nursery. Everybody's growing and selling plants in Nairobi. So if you get a chance to go there, that is why Kenya is the head of the United Nations Environmental Protection Plan. United Nations, the whole world, Kenya is the headquarters for the United Nations Environmental Program.
So this is really what it looks like here. So there's lots of different options. It wasn't a very detailed one, but normally there's little blocks of where deforestation is, and you can change all and you can even set up your own dashboard if you want to look at specific little areas. Very, very cool website, and it's free. I like free things. Okay, so I've only got half an hour now. Another big thing that Sandy's trying to do is plant labels. Because how do you interact with the members of the public? Unless I didn't come to here, you wouldn't have known about WhatsApp. If I didn't come here, you wouldn't have known about WhatsApp. So this is another way of us engaging with the public and to be able to spread the word, spread the love, and help people learn about what they see every day. So with WhatsApp, we put together a tree label with a QR code you can scan, and it takes you to INAT. Sorry, it takes you to Sandy, Plants Africa website. So it's something that helps you identify a plant, but obviously someone would have had to identify it and then put the label on. But again, a really cool resource, and it takes you to Sandy, and you've got obviously all that information that you guys are with. So you can identify species. It's for the outreach, and again, citizen scientists help people learn their plants, so when they go out, they can take photos of specific plants and interesting trees. Conservation and planning, again, you're collecting data. So you're taking stuff that's in the 3D physical world into the virtual world, and then facilities and calibrating with different estates, for example, getting people on board, getting them to understand the environment that they're living in. And this is what it then looks like. So it's very simple, and if you have got a keen eye, you'll see the first ones are put in the botanical gardens. There's one straight up here, Militius grandis Mozambique. You guys know that plant? It's a beautiful mauve flower. It was very hard to get the screw into it, but if you go up there, the QR code's there, you can download the information, learn like an awesome tree. So it's very simple. The QR code links to Sandy, then you've got the botanical name, tree name, common, and then the WhatsApp label. And sometimes we do another logo there. But that's as simple as it is. There's no other stuff like the botanical labels. It's very simple for the public to engage with. That's what they look like around. So there's some down at the bottom there. And these are like 10, 15 years old now. So, and what I've also done is categorize them. So you've got trees, woody shrubs, herbaceous shrubs, and then I've got a spare one, ground covers and succulents. So you can label anything, and then also you've got a color code to identify each of the different labels of where they are. And then I've also got one for exotics and for aliens. So again, it's all about teaching the public. And then what's up in conservation? I think it's, in volunteering. So once a year we have a plant fair, Indigenous plant fair. You guys heard of what's up in Indigenous plant fair? No. Okay, so if we're on a group, we'll obviously post when it is. Please come, because what happens is all the nurseries come to that. Interesting people come to it. Wesa also comes there. So it's again a great place to network, but a great place to see plant growers, see what they're growing. Because what I want to impress on you guys is that you guys also need to add biodiversity to your landscapes. Don't always go for the common ones. Panthers. You know, great, I love panthers, but mix it with tabasco or even a tabasco and telehensis. You know, spice it up, put interesting things. But the only place you're going to see where these things are grown is at somewhere like a plant fair or one of these books. Because here there's a lot of trees, but not all of these are commercially available. So again, another added, but we need volunteers. So by you guys coming to help, interacting with the public, and that improves that skill, but it also improves your plant knowledge, is then you have to tell the public what it's about, or where it's going to grow. Then obviously we do restoration of different areas. We've done, looked after a park. What's up helped me with that? The Hawaiian forest, as we spoke before. Education, like this. We also do a lot of talks. So if you're on the WhatsApp group, they do have talks about a wide-ranging subjects. So, and they usually happen once a month. So you can come to the Bot Gardens here at 5 o'clock, and there's like about an hour talk from a specialist in that field. Again, improving your network and knowledge holistically. But also we do stuff like the assist with group gardens, open gardens. So you can go and see landscapes, other landscapes than the ones that you're working with. See what homeowners are doing, what they're including in their gardens. And that's something that Botsock needs volunteers for, but also just for you guys to come and see it. You know, expand your terms of reference. And then the citizen scientist thing. We need every single one of you guys to assist with that. That's about all. And then also what I want to also just talk about some more interesting electronic things. Has everyone heard of Google Lens? Yeah. And do you guys know how to use Google Lens? Because that is an amazing, you can take a photo of the leaf or the flower. It works better with flowers, and it will tell you specifically. I mean, you have to have a bit of general plant knowledge, which you guys probably do. It will tell you the genus, if not the species, of the
Google Lens.
Yeah. So
Try out in the field.
Yeah. So it's lens, okay. And then if you got the search bar here, you've got, I think it's a microphone. So you've got like a microphone thing here, like that, and then there's a camera. So if you go into the camera, it'll take you to a whole screen where you can either take a photo straight away, or you can use one from your library. So and then it will tell you, it'll give you options, but obviously it's worldwide. So you have to really take it with a pinch of salt. But
Is it essay?
Lens, yeah.
Google Lens. You don't subscribe, free group.
Yeah, free. And it's, you just go to google.com or google.co.za and you'll see there. And if you want to know more about Google Lens, just Google Lens. It's really a phenomenal. Yeah. And then what other? I mean, there's so many. There's different ones, but this is, and it's evolving all the time. Okay, so this is just the last few minutes here. what I wanted to also just say is that conservation is a right. I mean, conservation and the environment is listed under the Constitution. You know, that we should have access to clean air, to clean water, etc. But it is our responsibility for each and every one of us to find out how we can contribute. If it's planting trees, you know, those are the sort of details that we need to embrace. And we as working in this sort of industry, we need to help the public come on board with that. And if WhatsApp can help you come on board with that, even better. And it's all about sharing information. So this is not just for now, it's for later. It's one of my passions. Cool.
Right, give him a good hand.
I think you've had a good enough meeting. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Hilton. That was very helpful. I must say I learned about Alzheimer's. I learned about earthing my body.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know I was earthed.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I am earthed or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's fantastic information Hilton shared with you. Action step. Guys, all of this can just lie here, can pass into the econ and history. 2 action steps we can take. Number 1, each of you, compulsory. If you're doing my course, Plant Studies B, I want to see proof. I'm adding this to my requirements now. Proof in your portfolio that you've visited and engaged with both these sites for your plant ID. Okay, have you got that? I'm reporting it, I'll send it to other people that aren't here. We want proof that you're engaging with plant chat platforms. Because then we're taking teaching into the 21st century, isn't it? You're learning for yourself, these 2 platforms. So go to load up, we want proof that you've loaded up on Google Lens, that you've ID'd some plants with Google Lens. Secondly, Hilton is going to set up a chat group especially for DUT. Only for DUT students. Only for DUT horticulture students. We open it to 80.
Yeah.
And what I can do is I can actually get the phone number sent to you.
Okay, well,
To make it easy. Otherwise,
just scan the QR code. Yeah.
Okay, whatever, I'm not quite sure how the technology works. Does each one scan the code from your phone?
Yeah.
Okay, well, just send it to myself and then I'll give it to Kira. She seems to know what to do.
Okay, cool.
Do you know what to do? Alright, so those 2 things there. ID Google Lens and WhatsApp Coastal Group. It really is fantastic. So they can have access to all the you administrate that WhatsApp Group.
Yeah.
So in other words, maybe screen the post before they go on.
Yeah. And I think I could add some people that maybe wanted to help.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Because then it'll be.
We'll try and get some experts on board. I mean, Hilton, I don't know. I must say, Hilton, I think you probably overtaken me in the indigenous knowledge.
No.
But definitely, there's a lot of people out there that want to help.
Yeah.
So what we want to do, guys? Do any of you guys go to church? Some of you go to church? Yes. Okay? Yes. You go to church, you want to get excited, eh? Rah. You know, it's environmentalism. It's a religion. It's a religion that fits in with every other religion. Because you know what God told us? He told us to look after the earth, isn't it? Isn't that right? And you will find that every single world religion subscribes to exactly the same thing. Okay? So I want you to get fired up about it. I know it's been a long day, you're probably tired, what. Don't worry about that. Write down these 2 things here and action. We want to see, Hilton and I want to see some results from you guys. Okay. So thank you very much, Hilton. I think it's been very helpful.
Pleasure. Well, I hope it was. But I mean, we can always go on forever. But I think it was a good taster of what's. You know, you guys. Like I said, you have to live and breathe it. You have to don't see it as put it away.
Don't see it as a chore. Don't say, I've done my plant profiles, my 20 plant profiles, I'm done now. No. It's just the beginning of a lifelong journey. I promise you, once the bug bites you, you'll want to know the names of everything.
I want to just maybe show you, I don't know if you guys can see, but you see that's Google. Click on the Google Lens, and it's a
simple as taking a photo,
Let's see if that's so.
and it says Cadopsis.
Correct ID.
It works.
Better with flowers than leaves, but if you do the leaves, make sure you can see the entire margin, and it's, if you put it onto a background rather than having a bunch of
Photograph,
yeah.
when you're doing your drawing exercises, photograph the leaf against a white background, pure white background, piece of A4, A4, A4 page.
Okay, so what's on this screenshot?
Can we put that on a Facebook, before the Facebook page?
Yeah.
If I want to remember what's up great, how do you go about it?
I'll list Sandra's details with a link to the website, and then they can just become a member. I think they're student members. There's a student membership.
So I'll get Sandra a list of phone numbers. That would
Yeah, with that as well, yeah.
But then you've got to download each one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll only give you 200.
Or maybe I'll
Maybe I'll try and send you that phone number.
yeah. But I think we'll be able to make it really quick. Anyway, I'll send it now.
I'm sure that's about it. Have you guys all given your correct cell phone numbers to Cornelia? Okay, so that will be on the spreadsheet of where you're working. We'll take those numbers, we'll get them to Hilton, and you can upload it on this because it's only by permission only. So you can't just join any special interest group, you have to show that you've got credentials, isn't it? Yeah. Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Roger.
That's all right.
You want to
For attending, we also have welcome Dr. Mark Mason. Just get observed for one.
I just came to see how many students are there.
And Dr. Mason will be running each session tomorrow with you guys in for horticulture. Right. Students, today is not a session where you're going to deal with shouting at you and telling you what you should do and what you're doing wrong or whatever. But I'm just going to give you some feedback on what is expected for the subject, which is horticultural operations management 3B, right? Now, there is a Moodle class set up, but the Moodle class I know you're not, most students won't be able to access it right now because I think the classroom has been populated with students. Yeah, has anybody tried to access it? No? You didn't see anything of it? Okay, no, that's fine. And there's reasons I didn't want to change it. I think it's because I only used to run the module, and then from last year I started for the first time with this module. But it's not something that we have been trained to teach. Because generally with this module we go out and work in industry. Okay? Which you are currently doing now. So who's here, before we go further, who's here not employed? All of you employed. I need some response, right? You are no longer kindergarten or first year students, you are third year students working in industry, interacting with people, staff, labor. You need to speak up, right? So, who's employed currently? Who's employed? So all of you are employed, right? So that's great. So that's the first step, is being employed. Now, the subject horticultural operations management, you find the subject matter fits into all the other three modules, you understand? So whether you're doing the landscaping component, in landscaping there's management involved, okay? Because there's project management, there's budgeting, and all the likes, right? So whether you're doing horticulture and you're dealing with plant propagation, there's also management involved there, okay? And what's the other module other than this? The plant studies. So even when you're dealing with plant studies, because the plant studies also form part of the landscape component as well as it form part of the horticultural component, right? So you find all of these four modules are going to somehow be integrated with the other modules. So when you are dealing with the management component, don't look at it in isolation. you need to look at it as a whole, and you'll probably find this, that management, or the operations management is one of the components that you would be dealing with throughout your duration at work. You understand? Not unlike probably possibly like plant studies, you'll be dealing with mainly plant studies that will be linked with the landscape or the horticulture. But management will actually encapsulate or form part of all four of the modules that you are doing in this. So the key reason for me to be here today is to chat to you and tell you about the expectations of what I have in terms of that portfolio of evidence that you are going to be submitting. Now last year was the first time that I got involved in that, but it was the second semester. So I had to run a before we previously used to do. And I'm now going to be changing, right? So there's going to be a lot of changes, but don't be worried or concerned about the changes. It's stuff that you're going to need to do immediately. So some of you have already been employed for a month now, right? So what have you been doing for the last month? What have you been documenting over the last month? Has there been anything? Have you been keeping any records? Okay. And what type of records have you been keeping? The task for the week. Just give me an example. Where are you working? Oh, so you're working there at that Columbia Retail Center? Okay, right. So your boss will be here today? Your boss Sunday and Norma Crazy? Okay, Sunday is going to be here today. She's going to speak in the next session. Right. Okay, so tell me quickly so I can tell over there you know what's happening there, or this you used to just stay here a little bit.
So we're going to stay there.
No, I want to know what records you are keeping.
Mine.
Yeah.
Usually when we're doing that.
Pay attention to what he's saying.
Going.
Okay.
I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow. If you are late, don't bother arriving there. Stand outside.
I'm just going to give him a chat now. In terms of operation management, what actually happens when one employee arrives late and you've got 40 others sitting in the back of the truck waiting for you. So it's no longer 5 minutes, it's 5 times 40.
You've got one late arriving here, so just explain.
No, there's a few. Yeah.
8:30, or what would suit you, 9 o'clock? Better?
No. Well, leave it at 8:30.
No, I was going to make
If
it
you say
7:30.
9, come 9.
How about 7:30?
No, Frankie will only be here.
Okay, so see you at 8:30 tomorrow.
Alright, thanks.
Bye.
Alright, yeah, so please pay attention to what he's saying, right? Because I want you to understand what records he's keeping, to see whether you're keeping similar records, and I also want to ask or tell him whether he's doing the right thing or guide, alright? And when I'm guiding him, I'm actually guiding all of you. Okay, so go ahead. No, I don't want to know when we are doing. I want to know what type of records. I asked the question, have you been keeping records over the last month? The answer was, yes, I am keeping records. My question to you now is, kindly explain to me what type of records have you been keeping? Okay, so I want to know what have you been documenting. So say for example, I work for Everest Horticultural Services and now I am the supervisor, or I am the general assistant, or I am the trainee horticulturist. And I come to work in the morning. What happens when I come to work in the morning? I don't want to know what you had for breakfast now. I sat down and I went there and I woke up and then I went to the toilet. I don't want to hear all of that. I'm talking about in particular with your job. What have you done? You get to work, you clock your car. You're there on time, every time. You understand? Then you know what you have already planned, or what your horticulturist spoke to you about the previous day. You get your tools prepared, ready, whatever, and you don't just say, let's get my tools prepared. You'll say, I, on this day, took the following tools because this is the task I'm going to be doing. Or you start off with what the task is, and then you put down the tools that you take, you understand? And then you explain stuff about all the tools. So don't say, today I planted seedlings. Full stop. So for the whole day you write, today I planted seedlings. So I'm going to ask you what type of information or record job keep. So class, please, don't be afraid to tell me, right? Because today is the time that we make the corrections so that you get an A when you are marking the portfolio and not a fail. Okay? So tell us.
It's asking information. They don't take pictures.
Very good. Well, what he does? He takes pictures. Lots of pictures of what he's doing. Also in those ones too, you can pose for the camera, take lots of selfies, ask your other mates to take, but don't disturb them. Okay? So taking photographs and documenting and keeping proof. That's why earlier on I spoke to Frankie Cody at the back there, and I said to him, please, while I'm busy lecturing here, just take a few pics of me. Why? Because I need to document and keep evidence for my performance, you understand? So then when I say I was part of the masterclass here at the Discovery Room in the Botanic Garden on a certain date, and then my boss says to me, but show me evidence. And I will do a hyperlink and I will send him the photo, you understand? Or pics of what I've been doing. Then also I'll attach the register that you will send. Because very easily for you, when you know the portfolio is ready, you sit and think, okay, what did I do all the things? And now you can't remember. So you just start writing things. Okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. And you just put stuff in that you have never ever done. How do I know that you did it? Because maybe you and another student are working in the same area or whatever, and you have to start sharing stuff. You understand? You don't want that. This is not about a tick box exercise to pass you or to fail you. It's about to see whether you've met the outcomes of the module. Okay, so go on.
Yes,
So you take photographs, you say a lot of photographs, very good.
yes, and when I'm recording, I will say the date, say the site where the photo was taken, then I will then I will name the time that I was doing, which means writing, and I will explain what this plan is.
So see, he works as a landscape maintenance person, right? His job is doing landscape maintenance, amenity horticulture. You know that when I put out that organigram structure at the beginning of the year, you know, horticulture 1, let's say different fields will go. One of the fields is amenity horticulture. So what is doing? Is amenity horticulture now maintenance. You understand? Landscape maintenance. So he's working on the site in Konopia. I know the area quite well. I know the plant material, lots of water-wise plants. A lot of indigenous plants, mainly indigenous plants growing there. The area is smacked by extreme heavy sunlight from I think 10 o'clock to the rest of the afternoon. It gets banged and proper with the heat. And plus all those glass buildings and the buildings that are there are reflecting the light. And also it's a very, very busy area. When you're working here and you're doing your trimming and you have to squeeze yourself between cars. Now there's a safety component to that. What are you doing regarding safety? You understand? Or if there is no safety aspects, where for example your company doesn't give you danger cones to put around that couple of parking gates there where you are trimming, then you need to add. I actually suggest that this is what happens because it gives us a chance to work. Because when I'm working with equipment like rakes and stuff like that, I don't want to scratch somebody's car. I mean, one nick on a Mercedes Benz there is going to cost you a couple of $1,000, you understand? Large amounts. And you're not going to have very happy clients. And then also when these customers are not happy, you're going to lose your job, you understand? So it all affects. So I want you to document stuff. So don't just say, I think we actually put the class before the horse here, right? I don't want you to actually say that today I went out and I was doing splitting, planting or propagation by division. Full stop. And you have nothing else and maybe one pick. Plus, when you're documenting, you need to say, today I was tasked with doing propagation by division. I worked on a site at the Konopia retail center, give the correct names, how many staff were with you, what time you arrived on site, what time you left site, the plants that you split. Name it, botanic name, genus, species, combination. Tell us something about the plant, the use of the plant. Like even for your practicals in horticulture 1, you know the key use. Why are they actually propagating? Euphorbia terraculi, for example? Why are you propagating aloes? Why are you trimming certain plants? So if you say, today I went around and I was working and I had to trim all the plumbago plants, plumbago species, or all the Tecoma capensis around the facility, right? So you tell me what tools you use, what equipment. I know they also use, you've got the petrol edge trimmers there, right? Not EDG, not edge. The hedge, right? You're trimming hedges. Speak about the machine. I use a 2-stroke still, blah 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 blah, hedging trimmer machine. It's a 2-stroke machine because it's a mixture of petrol and oil. Okay? I was trimming these plants. Then you speak about the benefits of trimming. Why did you trim? How did you trim? You understand? Also, when you're talking about I use this machine today, talk about the safety equipment that you used. And then I know lots of these shopping complexes, where you work, you tend to get to the complex a lot earlier, even before the complex opens to public. Because if you're using blowers to blow the pavements and all that to do on a regular basis, you can't do it when vehicles are there. So you go in and do it quickly before people come in. If you're working in an office park or an office building, you can't go and start the blower there at 8 o'clock when people are now answering the phone and making sales and stuff like that. They'll complain. So you'll get to the site earlier. Speak to me and tell me why you're getting all of that. So I want information, but I don't want nonsense now. I want proper information, step by step, but lots of pics in between, you know. So don't just put a pic there and just leave the pic hanging. So if you put an image, remember that image must be a reference. Photo bar, your name and surname and the date, right? Like how you were taught to reference. Also tell me what the pic is about. Don't just put a pic there. Because if you put a pic there, okay, let's look at this here, right? So we're looking at this here. I know what this is, right? But you're looking at the screen at the back here. What is this one here telling? I see there's a truck and a car and it's driving. So my interpretation is that this truck and the car are driving on a mountainous road. That's my interpretation. Yours will probably be that somebody's sightseeing or going out as a tourist or something. So 10 different people have 10 different interpretations of what is showing. So what are we seeing there? The earth sucking a lollipop. Right? So what is it that your interpretation? So I mustn't worry about what you are trying to tell me. You must tell me what you're trying to tell me. So say to me that here is an image of 2 vehicles traveling down a mountainous pass. And then the photo taken or drawing by, you understand? Then when you're writing your notes, and you're talking about, and if you had one of your images there of you now propagating by division, you will say there, propagation by division, within brackets you can put, or dash you can put there, like a pandas peacocks, for example, right? And then at the bottom you will say the photo taken. So if you are in the photo, you can't say you took the photo. You put the person's name who took the photo, you understand? So document who took photos for you as well, and acknowledge that person. So tomorrow when we upload these videos onto Moodle or whatever, we can't put the video and then I put my name, the GM Governor, as the person. I'll have to now acknowledge Frankie there for, it will be F4 2023, you understand? As the person that did the video. So we have to acknowledge him because he took the video, you understand what I'm saying? So all of that needs to be very, very well done and well documented. Plus, with regards to that portfolio, please, I'll repeat you. Do not give your friend your work. You say, your friend says, I'm stuck, show me what you've done. You say, okay, yeah, let me email it to you quickly. When your friend submits, you don't know whether your friend submitted your work or submitted your work combined with their work and then handed it to you. Now, can you fail this module? Yes, absolutely. To have students fail this module previously, I can only talk about last year, second semester when I taught it. Yes, there were about 4 that failed. Why did they fail? Fully documented work, heavily plagiarized work, and there were 2 students that copied. So I don't know whether both of you are here alive. We running Turnitin, and Dr. Foley and Dr. Nastri are also big on Turnitin and plagiarism. Okay? So previously, Dr. Foley used to have this, if you give your plant, you'll go on to Plants Africa or whatever, and you just copy and paste And then we picked up that everybody's doing the same thing, so it's plagiarized. Now you see it asking you to do drawings, etc. Isn't it? It's asking you to do some images. Why is he asking you to do that? Because we have to change it because plagiarism is becoming a huge problem. So there were two students. One left their work to the other person to show, and at the end of the day, when they submitted, the work came up as 90% identical. 90% identical. So our assumption, or some of the other lecturers' assumptions, was that it was the one student A copied from student B. I said to Mehpa, the only reason we say A copied from B is because A submitted his or her assignment before B. So the first person to submit, their work gets documented, right? Or gets put onto the system. And then the second person that documents, their work will come up as if they B plagiarized from A. But in fact, what actually happened is A took B's work and submitted. So the person can say, no, but you know, these things are similar. But then I'm asking you, you work in Cape Town and she worked in Johannesburg. But when you are giving certain ratings, you give me exactly the same rating. You can see it's copy and paste. Both of them fail 0. I actually gave both of them 0. Not even 10% of them, it was 0. Okay? So I'm just giving you the heads up so that you forewarn, please do not copy. Do not just copy and paste. For example, if I ask you one of the questions, but I'm going to give you more briefings and I'm going to be sending you a lot more stuff on Moodle. So please check your Moodle on a regular basis, right? There's things that you need to start documenting other than what you're doing there. Right? What you're doing there is perfect. Somebody else, who else has been documenting? Where have you been working? Speak up aloud, right? So the rest of it, right? Medfair Holdings, where's that? In Dubai factories, okay. Yeah, and then what are you doing there? Who's your boss there? Who's the? Latika Kumar. There's another gentleman that works inside the agri house. Who's some people names there? You know she's agri house, eh? Oh, greenhouse. So you've never gone to the agri house? Also, you're not working for Dubai, you're working for that company. Oh, okay. What does the company do? Oh, okay. So you're working in one of those hydroponic setups. Alright. So how have you been documenting stuff? Or what have you been documenting? Okay. So say for example today you went out and they asked you to go and spray peppers with a pesticide, for example, right? So you will just go down and say, today I worked in greenhouse structure, whatever number it is, and in this tunnel they're growing peppers and whatever, and it's doing it by hydroponics, and then I went and sprayed a pesticide, and you write the name of the pesticide, and you put full stop. But now what she's saying is she goes and further research, which is what I want you to do. Because if you're spraying a pesticide, why are you spraying that pesticide and not another pesticide? Are there alternates to that pesticide? You know, are there eco-friendly pesticides that can be used? Also, what pest are you treating? So write up a little bit about the pest. You understand? So you're writing information about the pest. This class is not about giving me stuff so that you can pass this module. It's about learning. What have you learned? Tomorrow you go and work in another pepper farm and you see a disease there. You must be able to tell that farm, hey, you know what? When I worked at that farm on that particular day or that particular time, I used to spray for this very same disease. This disease is called powdery mildew. For powdery mildew, this is what we use. You don't use an insecticide for powdery mildew. You need to use a fungicide. The powdery mildew is not an insect, it's a fungus. You understand? So now you're taking a knowledge that you learned in A and you are using it in B. That is the purpose of what you're doing. You're not coming here to work just so that you can earn yourself some money, okay? Or you're not just coming to work to make your number of hours, 640 hours, so that you can get a pass for the subject of 50%, 60%, whatever, and then get the diploma so you can walk on the red carpet here and make a big noise and dance. No, you're not doing it for that purpose. The reason why you're doing and the structure the program to do work integrated learning is so that you learn. And you learn work integrated. You learn whilst you are working. You understand? So it gives you experience, on the job experience. That's what work integrated. So when you integrate something is, you take work and you take learning and you integrate it. So you learn whilst you're working. Like Frankie over there is still a student and he is now doing his part of work integrated learning, getting his hours, and now he's busy doing videoing, he's doing taking photographs, etc. Because he's building up his hours. And he's not just only doing filming here with lecturing, he's probably doing stuff outside the garden, probably for weddings, probably for other functions, etc. You understand? So he's getting to use, maybe he's going to use drones and film with the drones, etc. So all of that is going to be on the job training for him. So one day if he works for somebody else who opens his own company, he's going to have the knowledge that he picked up whilst he has been working. So you understand now the reason you're working, not just to pass my module. You doing this here now so that you learn. You understand? So that when you get employed next year, then you'll be able to take the knowledge that you learned here, or some of the knowledge that you learned here, and apply it in your workplace. You may not apply it all at one go, but you'll apply it in stages. So I'm hoping that when you finish off at wherever you are, that you become not a master, but you become quite good and knowledgeable at what you're doing. So if you say now we're growing peppers in hydroponics, you need to be, they say there's a thing called disruptive learning. Not disruptive learning. So normally when I say to you, stop being disruptive, what it means? Well, there's disruptions on campus. What it means? There's chaos, there's trouble. But there's a concept called disruptive learning. It's not causing chaos and disturbing me whilst I'm teaching you. But in disruptive learning, it means whilst I'm talking to you, you need to question me and say, but what you're saying is wrong. But why are you saying that? I don't understand. Tell me. You understand? So it's about not attacking, but trying to dig deeper in what I'm telling you so that I explain more to you. You understand? So even when you go to your boss now, your boss gives you a task. So you must say to you, ask your boss, boss, you're telling me to supervise, you're telling me I need to do this. Okay? Can you kindly explain to me why am I doing this? Because I want to understand it. Why are we doing it in this way? Can you explain to me why? I'm sure there's other ways to do it. Why have you chosen for us to do it in this particular way? Okay? You must question things. Don't just accept everything that I tell you. So if I tell you that carrots are good for you, you're just going to believe me that carrots are good for you. You need to ask me why carrots are good for me. What will a carrot do for me? Because it doesn't taste nice. A lot of them taste bitter, some of them taste sweet. Why is it good for me? And if I can't give you the answer, what you need to do? Go and Google it. So if your boss can't give you all the answers, you go and do that. But also sometimes it's nice, when you're asking your boss questions, you're not asking your boss questions to think that, to make him sound like he doesn't know what he's asking, what he knows. But you're asking because you really want to know. So say for example, you now were doing the test identification, right? So whilst you were doing the pest identification, you found out something about this pest. And you realize that the chemical that they're using is toxic or it has a longer residual period. Now a residual period means the time period for which that chemical is still active. Because now if you are spraying that chemical and you're spraying on pepper, obviously that pepper is either being going into supermarkets where you and I are buying it or they're exporting or whatever. You need to look at the thing and it says chemical A, residual period is, or do not spray within 2 weeks of harvesting. It means if you're going to be harvesting in 2 weeks' time, we must not spray. We'll tell you spray at least 21 days before harvest. Why do they tell you? Because that chemical probably will stay active on that pepper for 14 days. So to be safe, they tell you spray 21 days before harvest. Do you understand? Then you read that there, and then you see another thing, the residual period is shorter. You could even say to your boss, why don't we use this chemical perhaps? Because I read about this yesterday and it says this one has a residual period of 7 days, whilst the one that we spray currently has 14 days. And you know what happens? Why do sometimes vegetables look so good and so perfect, even till the very end? So where does cabbage has been growing for the last month, 2 months, and now the last week, just before harvesting, it gets whacked by caterpillars, and then the cabbage got all over holes in it. You're going to buy it. You want to buy it, and plus it's not going to look attractive, Or you got fruits growing there, they're beautiful, and then in the last week you had hailstones that smacked them all over, and now you got dents on it. When you go to the shop, you're going to pick that thing with dents and scars. You won't. So sometimes these farmers go and spray up the last minute. That's why you need to make sure you wash your veggies and stuff before you eat. You know, when you go and buy veggies and you check green beans and peas, I have green beans, peas, carrots, whatever, just give it a quick dust off there and you just eat. You know? Or you pull it out of the ground, just wipe it on your pants and you start chewing a carrot. Tastes nice to the sand and everything, you know. But is it the right thing to do? It's not safe anymore. With all the toxic chemicals. So you need to question. So you are testing because, you know, I did some research and this is what I found out. Now, when you're that inquiring person, asking those questions, finding solutions, finding alternatives, your boss will then also look, hey, you know, this person didn't just come here to work, this person came here to learn. Maybe the next time if we've got a vacancy, we'll keep you in mind, you understand? Because now you're showing initiative. So initiative is critical. Okay? So I want you to document. Don't document nonsense. Don't tell me we were working around the cemetery cleaning and during our break time we decided to go and sleep on the grave. Have you seen that video? Have you seen that? You don't see that recently on social media, municipal workers sleeping on gravesites. on that marble slab. I think the marble slab was cool and hot. They don't get a shape. But anyway, but it's also being disrespectful, right? So imagine now you can read the headstone there and it was a grave of your parent, for example, and you got somebody that is sleeping on that flat bed marble top. I mean, it was trending recently, a couple of days ago on social media, right? Now you don't want those things to come back in life, you understand? So you two, don't tell me what time you're sleeping and what you did during your lunch break, but I want information, good information. And plus, when you do this piece of work, like you did for me the crack book, that is the book that you keep with you for the rest of your life as you are progressing in horticulture. It must be a working document where you continuously add to it. You understand? So you must go back when you work 4 years later in another pepper farm and you think, hey, what was that chemical we used? What did we do? When we had that problem, what did I treat it with? What was that disease called? You go back to your pages there and you flip, or you go on your computer and here it comes up. And very quickly now you're working on a new farm. This farmer had this problem for years and years and years ago, and all of a sudden now you found a solution. It makes you look good. So even if you're on that farm now growing peppers, but hydroponics, have you discussed or initially stated, you know, your start of your portfolio should have a cover page. The cover page will be standard as per what the other two lecturers want, right? With the DUT logo, it must have your name, your surname first and your student number, the module title for who you actually submitting it to, will be my name on it, you understand? Okay, it must say semester 1 on it as well. So I'll give you something of that. Then when you open up the book, it should have a table of contents. Okay? You know, contents page, eh? A table of contents. Then when you start off, you always start off with an introduction. The portfolio of evidence is being written up for the following modules. These are the things, and when you say the horticulture operation management, when you introduce the term, what is operations management? Operation management is another word for production management, okay? And it entails 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're taking a definition from the internet, make sure you quote or you cite that definition. And at the end of it, you put down the reference. You understand? So you must have a reference page as well. Then you will go on. So introduction, you write all of that. And then also you will say, in the introduction, say, for my work integrated learning, I was employed at, you state the full name of the company, so on and so forth, right? Then you also state, I was employed in a position as a student horticulturist or a general assistant or a packer or a picker or a processor, whatever it was, you state it there. The company that I work for, and you talk a little bit about the company, what it does, all of that is in your introduction or your background, you understand? So you can write an introduction, not just because I said introduction, you write a one-liner. So you do a nice introduction. Read it, get somebody to read it for you, correct it, good English, good grammar and stuff like that. Then you go on and you start with the things proper, okay? Now, you're documenting your daily work. I don't need you to, what you do is you keep your work as a daily record, right? But when you're reporting to me, report to me on a weekly basis. So week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. But remember, when you start week 1, put the date. from that date to that date. Okay, week 2, week 3, week 4. So when you're reporting, you don't have to report on a daily basis. Tell me what you did for the week and tell me in detail, right? So that's going to be towards the latter part of your of your thing. So one of the things on your table of contents will be weekly records of my experiences, right? Weekly record of my experiences. Then coming right to the end, don't forget you need to also write a conclusion, and then you'll have a reference page, right? All the references that you use, for example, the photo references, other pics that you might have taken from the internet, but try to use your own pics, then it's better, right? But I mean, if you're planting agapanthus, for example, right, and you only had agapanthus shoots that you were cutting, you must say to me why you're cutting, why you remove 1/3 of the leaves, why you remove 1/3 of the roots or 2/3 of the roots, how far apart you split them, how you split, you know, all those kind of things. But now there's not going to be any flower there. But you want to show me what the flower of agapanthus looks like. You can then go to another site and take a photo of the flower, or you can pull in a pic from Google, right? But you need to cite where you're taking it from. Okay? And then remember also, you can have a table of contents, then you can have a list of images, a list of figures. You can also have in your table of contents, right? So that shows me that you're being thorough. Okay? I want you to do this as a piece of art, and proper. Do it because you really want to do it. You're passionate about it. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Then don't forget at the end of it you'll have a conclusion. Now in your introduction you said what you were going to do. In your conclusion you say what you did. So you say, in this portfolio I covered the following during my work at that company. You understand? Because what you do in the introduction, you're telling me, this is where I'm working, this is what I'm going to be doing. You understand? In the conclusion, you say to me, this is where I work, and this is what I did. You get what I'm saying? But then do it nicely, and then you can also talk about your experiences, just in brief summary there. But you can easily have a 3/4 of a page of conclusion, a whole page in an introduction. You can actually put a little thing there in paragraphs as well, right? Now, what is the other section that I'm talking about? Now, you're going to remember for this module, you're going to have different assessments. So I hope that whilst Dr. Kohli was speaking and Dr. Messi is speaking, you're also documenting, and also whilst I'm speaking to you, you're documenting what I'm saying. Because if you are not here, I don't know how you're going to do this exercise, because the only students that will be allowed access or will be able to do summaries from these videos will be students that are working outside KZN basically, right? Or quite far away, where they couldn't be here. If you are not here, that means you will probably already fail this one component of this module. Not the whole module, you will fail the one component. Because what I'm going to be asking you to do is, in 2 weeks' time, or 3 weeks' time, or maybe even a week's time, the last 2 days, you need to give me a report on my discussions here with you and the next 2 guest speakers. What have they discussed? And you're going to tell me some stories about that and what you can do, maybe do a little bit of investigation and do a nice write-up. Okay? Probably be about 3 to 5 pages. Okay, it just depends. So what you're going to do is, when the other speakers are here, make sure you also document what they say. Okay? So that will be then, it probably form about 10% of the 10 to 15 or even up to 20% of the value of this course. And then the rest of it will be your portfolio of evidence. You understand? Now, that portfolio of evidence is quite a critical piece of work because it makes up most of your content, right? So I want you to do that properly, please. Make sure you reference it, make sure you do it properly, make sure you give enough information and not just a couple of lines. Expand everything. Like we have students who say, I worked at the Kingsmead ground and I did spring seedment. Full stop. Spring seedment, you can write books on spring seedments, but they write just a half a paragraph or a couple of lines. You need to talk about the equipment, talk about the processes, the different steps and different processes. If you take spring seedment, just cutting or scalping the grass, you'll write a whole chapter on it. You understand? Verticutting, removing the thatch, another chapter. Hollow tining, weed draining, root pruning, top dressing, all of those will be chapters upon chapters upon chapters, you understand? Now you write me just that. You're not going to get good marks with it, okay? Can you fail this module again? Yes, you can. Have people fail this module again? Yes. Do I expect you to fail? No. Do you want to fail? Exactly. So you're going to pass it, and you're not just going to pass it, just you're going to do very, very well. Okay. Another very important thing, write this one down, right? What I want you to do is, once you're working, because we're dealing with operations management. Now, operations management is production management, right? And once we're dealing with operations management, there are very, very important points that you need to remember about operations management. And I'll teach you when you come to next semester to me when you're doing it on campus. The key things about operations management is managing your business operation. Whether it is a retail nursery, whether it's a wholesale nursery, whether it's a landscaping company, whether it is doing maintenance, whether you have a bookshop, whether you are lecturing, no matter what you're doing, it's an operation. There's a production, meaning there's either a product or a service that is going to be given. Now, when you're doing operations management, because there are so many businesses competing with each other, especially here, you got Leach, you got Dube, you got Service, you got Country Line, you got Empress Horticultural Services, you got, give me some other companies, JPJ, Landscape, and the list goes on and on and on. Just in case there, sometimes just in the Durban North area, you've got 10, 15, 20 landscape companies that are there or horticultural companies. Now all of those companies are competing with each other for work. Okay? And then you've got Kwanma who's supposed to be here today, Marcus Governor is not coming in because he's got meeting a client who is a top-rated blue chip client and he's got a whole lot of sites to visit. So business comes first, right? Because this was just community service. So he's going to do that. Now, if you're competing, and all of us are competing, just cutting each other for pricing is not the best thing to do because I can cut price, but I can actually cut my nose to spite my face. Meaning, I'm chopping prices only to make a loss. You understand? But how can you actually become more profitable? So when we look at operations management, we need to look at two key things. Efficiencies. How can our business be efficient? And by being efficient, how we can maximize profit. But remember, once we are becoming efficient and maximizing profit, we don't want to compromise the product. So for example, if we say we are selling compost, and lots of other companies are selling compost, they're selling it at 30 rand a bag, so we must sell it 25 rand a bag. But when you sell it at 25 rand a bag, you're not even making a profit, you're actually making a loss. Now you say, okay, in order for me to make a profit, let me cut out one or two steps in the decomposition process so I can send out my compost quicker and make more money. But then you're producing a poor quality product. So when you're being efficient and you're trying to increase profit, you don't want to compromise the quality of your product, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to find ways of becoming efficient. So for example, if I'm a landscaper, right? I'm not landscape saying I'm doing garden maintenance. Just mention I'm doing garden maintenance, right? So if I'm doing garden maintenance, and I got in total 150 sites. So on day one, I start off in Amslanga, then from Amslanga I go to Westville, then from Westville I go to Amanzimtoti, then I come back to Durban North. The next day I do the same thing. I go to Amslanga, I go to Durban North, then I go to Westville, then I go to Pinetown, then I go to Kloof, then I go to Amanzimtoti, and then I go back to Westville. Is that a nice thing to do? Is that being efficient? You're wasting fuel, you're wasting petrol, you're wasting time. So what you do is, you group and you say, these are all my clients. Let me put them into, firstly, which clients need to be serviced once a week, once in 2 weeks, once in 3 weeks, once a month. You understand? Okay? Which clients are serviced on a daily basis? Like some of the big clients, like say for example, Konobia shopping mall, they 5 days or 6 days a week, you have to put staff there. You have to work 7 days. 5. Okay, but then generally on those centers, they sometimes you put people 7 days a week with litter, paper, packets, things that you need to be there all the time. So you check, you do all that. But thereafter you check, okay, so let me now rank my clients or categorize them by area. Durban Central, Durban North, Durban South, Inner West. Okay, so you're going internally. And then what you try to do, class, is you try to program it so that if you're sending out a team, you send one team to to service that area, another team to service that area, another team. Or you have one team, you say week 1 between Amsterdam and Durban North. Week 2, we're going to be between the south area. Okay? Bluff, Toti in that area. Week 3, we're going to be between Pinetown, Westville, Kloof, Hillcrest, you know that area. So what do you do? Becoming efficient. You're not now driving like a endless chicken. You don't know what you're doing. Getting caught in traffic. There's a lot of wasted time in traffic, you understand? So even like your clients, you get to your client, and every time you get to a client, you're waiting for 5 minutes at the gate. You saw 10 clients that day. 5 times 10 minutes is 50 minutes. You've got 8 staff members on your truck. It's not 50 minutes, it's 50 times 8, which is 400 minutes. So what is 400 minutes equates to? What's 400 divided by 60? That will give you the number of hours you actually wasted for that day. And in that time, you could have done at least one more property, you understand? And then one more property would have brought you an extra 600 rands. And that 600 rands could be the petrol bill for that day that you use, you understand? So how do you become more efficient? Pick up the phone, phone the client. I'm scheduled to be at your property on this day. I'll be there approximately this time. I'll give you a call an hour before I arrive at your property. Please have your gates open when you get there. Or you arrange with your clients and give you remotes if they trust you. You understand? So all of that is, so what I want you to do by just telling you that, in each of your organizations where you work, I want you to pick out at least 2 or 3, in fact if you've got more, tasks that you can see are not being done efficiently. Tasks that you can see are not being done efficiently, right? That's the one part of it. But once you are identifying those tasks, I want you to also provide solutions. Because I often tell students these days, don't come to me with problems. Come to me with solutions. So don't say to me, today the lights are not coming on. So I'm going to ask you, so what do you want me to do about it? If it's not coming on, it's not coming on, what do you want me to do? Have you checked whether the switch is on or off? Have you checked whether it's load shedding? Have you checked whether the power has tripped? Have you checked whether the globe is burnt? Why don't you come and say to me, today the lights are off, I went and checked the globe is fused. Is it okay for me to get another globe? Or what is the process to get the globe? You understand? You're coming up with a solution. You found the problem and you're telling me I need to replace the globe. You get what I'm saying? Rather than come here and cry and say to me the lights are not working. I can't work, I'm scared of the dark. Don't do that, you understand? Come up with solutions. Be the solution, not the problem. You get what I'm saying? So that's something that we want you guys to do as well. Alright. So class, there's a whole lot of things that you can and should be doing. So please do this properly. So earlier on, a couple of you picked up late. Okay? So today there was an issue, but I wanted to be here. You would have noticed that I was sitting in the parking lot for quite a while, but chatting to the guy who had the equipment for Frankie for audio-visual. But I said to him, no, I'm going to move up now. I need to come here and be at the bench because we started at 8, and I want to make sure that I'm there before 8 because I've always taught my students that I need to be there punctual. I can't tell you to be punctual and for me to be here, right? That's me being a people coach. So I always make time and make a plan so that I can be there punctual. Okay? Now, what does that do in terms of your area where you are working? Why have I been telling you all this while in first year that sorry, if you come late you must stand outside? Or why have I been telling you if you're giving me a project or an assignment, it's due on this day at that time and I don't give you any extension on it? If it's not due, if it's not there on that day at that time, I don't say minus 5%, minus 10%, minus 20%, I give you 0. Why? Because that's how tenders work. You take all the time and money and you put it, say for example you are in 20,000 rand a month and it took 2 weeks to put together a tender document, you went and handed the tender document late, it means we wasted your 10,000 rand of your time because you earn 20,000 rand a month. 2 weeks of your time where you could have been earning me some other money, making other money for my company, you used to compile the tender document to give us a chance to get more work. But because of your poor time management, what you did, you handed it in late, we don't even have a chance to be considered. That's time. You 1 second late. If they tell you 12 o'clock, 1200 hours, 12H00, you got 12H00 2.01, that's 1 second late. They take your document, they stamp it late. They take it away, they won't argue with you, talk to you. They go up in a room there, wherever, to open the documents. You can also sit there and say to you, the following documents are not supposed to be in this box because they put in the wrong box. So you went on time and delivered your documents, but you put it in the wrong box. You put in a box for electricity tenders in front, glass cutting. Disqualified. Not following instructions. Disqualified. All that time and effort. You came here, the following documents, you came in at late. What time did it come in? 1 second past 12. You're going to say, only 1 second. Yes. Were you here 12 o'clock? The thing said closes on or before. Closes at curve. You can drop in your tender on or before this time. Did you drop it before this time? They won't even ask you that question. You are late. One side. Maybe that is the best tender, best price, best service, most qualified. Not considered. Now it will only cost you 10,000 of your salary. 10,000 of your salary, all the phone calls you made, all the quotations, all the driving around, all the measurements. What about the secretary, use the photocopy machine and all the other things? To do a tender, to actually apply for tenders, it's not cheap. It's expensive, it's time consuming. Only to be disqualified because you were late. So, don't be late. Punctuality, that's another thing you need to document in your work, is every day what time goes on. Now, another critical thing is, I'm coming back to the time, right? I'm coming back to the calculation of somebody being late. Okay? But there's something else that you need to, I want you to document. I'll come back to it, alright? Okay, yeah, I remember. So what you're going to do is, I'm going to give you a list of things that you also need to do. So you're working for a company. I want you to know a lot more about that company. Not just I'm working for that company and they're giving me a salary every month or they're not giving me a salary. Because when you do work integrated learning, as it previously used to be called in-service training or apprenticeship training or whatever, you don't actually expect money for it. Because you are taking up another company's time and they're giving you the opportunity to actually get experience, which is part of qualification. So if you're getting paid, which is the bonus. Okay? But what I want you to do is, I want you to learn a lot more about that company and a lot more about the processes in that company. Okay? You need to learn about that company and about the processes in that company. So, just note, you firstly need to Google. So, none of you attended any of my interviewing training courses. Okay, so when I run one later this year, try and get to it, right? Or maybe I'll run one for you all as well. Preparation for interviews. How do you actually prepare for an interview? I can tell you, if there are 10 of you, if there are 10 of you, or say, just say there's 21 of you here in class, and if one of you comes to me and asks me for some assistance, and if you listen and you prepare and you do well, I can tell you you already are there, and the other students are here in terms of having an opportunity to get that job. But if all of you come, then you actually have a fair chance, you understand? Because there's such simple things that I'll tell you that people do incorrectly. So what I want you to do is, in terms of that company, I want you to document everything about that company. When that company started, how it started up, what services they offer. Okay? The history about the company firstly, right? So you just put it down as history of the company. The other thing is, you look at what the company's vision is, what their mission is, what their values are. Okay, I want all that information, right? Then you need to look at what is the organizational structure. You know the organogram? I taught you that organogram. What is the organizational structure? Maybe there's directors, CEOs, then there's under that there's regional managers, then there's horticulturists, area horticulturists, or whatever it is. I want you to give me a show of the a picture or a diagram, whether you drew it, whatever, of the organizational structure. And that what you can do is you can either find out from the company, or you can go to your boss, or you can ask and tell them that it's part of work, right? That you need to get these things. You don't have to put people's names down, you just put down positions down, right? Then the other thing you're going to do is you're going to look at now the processes. So there's different processes in a company, right? Now the processes that I want you to look at first is the recruitment process. Recruitment. How do they recruit members of staff? Recruitment, right? So, what are the process? Now, all that information you're either going to go online and check up, or you're going to have to ask your supervisor, or say to him, can I go to the HR person and ask the person, this is what I need to do, part of my assignment. So you talk to your supervisor, tell your supervisor, these are the things that I need to do. Understand? So recruitment process. Then, even during the recruitment process, you have things like adverts that go out, then there's sometimes universities calling, or there's interviews that take place, how the interviews take place, who interviews you, how long before they advise you. So that's a recruitment process, right? Then you look at maybe they're doing, does the company do any CSR, corporate social responsibility? Look at that, whether they do it, right? But other processes that I want you to look at this class is look at the procurement process. Every company needs to buy stuff, right? How do they actually buy stuff? How does it get delivered? When does it get delivered? Are they getting their stuff delivered on time? Or is there always a delay? You understand? So that's the procurement process. Then also look further into the human resources processes and look at the planning, organizing, leading and controlling in general. What is the management, how does management their plans, organize needs and controls? You understand? Look at things of disciplinary processes. How do they deal with staff that are transgressing rules? Like for example, late coming, whether they're fighting, drinking on duty, those kind of things. How does a company deal with staff that are continuously ill? Okay. Does that company have a program called the EAP program? EAP, Employee Assistance Program. So, for example, if I'm having problems, suicide is quite high, right? In our country. Now, maybe I'm having issues, marital issues, maybe I'm having drinking issues, maybe I'm going through a divorce, maybe I have an issue where anger management or something, or I've been diagnosed with cancer and I'm finding it hard to deal with it. Is there a department in my company that will allow me to come to them and share the problem? Like, DUT for students, there's student counseling, you understand? For us as staff, there is an EAP department, so we can go to it. So if I have gambling addiction, for example. Now sometimes when staff do wrong, incorrect things, they don't just fire them. They say to them, we're giving you a final written warning after a full-on hearing, but you will have to go for counseling for a period of time. So for example, I should take on the job or something. Then they don't fire you immediately, right? Depending on what job it is now. If I'm a heavy-duty truck driver and if I'm caught drinking, say you have to fire. There's no question about that. You understand? Because you're putting life at risk, load at risk, etc. So maybe DUT, if I was drinking on the job and I'm a lecturer or whatever, I didn't put anybody's life at risk. But they say to me, okay, we understand that you now have a drinking problem. You've got your medical certificate saying that you're an alcoholic, you're now admitting that you're alcoholic. So we want you to go for counseling for this period of time, and then every 3 months you need to submit us with a report from your doctor or whatever that you drew blood and that you have not been drinking. You understand? And then monitor your period of time. So those are things that they can do. So I want you to see whether those are processes there. So look at the grievance process. So if you have a problem, how are grievances handled? Is it handled like DUT where you take rocks and stones and throw it at glasses? Or do you talk? Do you speak? Are there unions? So plus, remember what we are dealing with. We are dealing with operations management. Everything that deals with the production processes. So tomorrow if I decide, and there's a group of staff, we're not going to work, tools down. What does it do for your operation? What does it do to your operation? It puts it as a dead horse, right? Like right now when the students were tutoring and doing stuff and disrupting, could be lecture. I couldn't do my job. It actually prevents me. It's actually going to cause problems later on because I'm going to have a backlog of work that I need to do. You get what I'm saying? So it affects the operation, it affects production. It's going to affect you, the end users, because now you're going to have a lot of work to do in a short period of time. Those assessments have to be done. The fact, let's look at this here, right? This year, matric results for last year, when it came out, 20th of January, 22nd January. When I was in matric, we used to get our results before Christmas. Before Christmas, we write there, and in a month's time, we get our results. Before Christmas, we used to get our results. Then it came to January, early January. Now 20th of January. How has that affected operations at a university? It has affected us because students could not register because they didn't have their results. How do we register students without their results, their final matric results? You understand? So it is by them delaying that, it has affected us. So sometimes what you do here affects somebody else. You get what I'm saying? So let's talk about this. We're now busy here in school, right? We're going to be doing a discussion. Now I'm hoping that Sanela will come and scan just like me and talk and not ask me for a data projector. How does what's going to happen in the next 15 minutes affect Frankie and standing in the back there? Load shedding. There's not going to be power for the next 2 hours. We're already hot in this room. We're going to be even hotter in the next session. That affects production because now you're very uncomfortable. The person that's standing and talking is also very uncomfortable. Worrying more about the heat and less about what he or she is delivering. You understand? So I'm giving you the scenario of stuff that you need to look at and look for. Like for example, in your operations, regular trucks breaking down, no mechanics to service the trucks, stuff is being ordered but never gets delivered on time. The suppliers are delivering inferior quality products. How does that affect you when you are working? Whether you're working in a nursery, whatever. I want you to document all that. For example, you guys use Foyer Peak there, isn't it? Let's look up. I'm looking for what you'll do with the old Foyer. Let's just get stored and dumped there and the weeds start to grow. What you'll do with it, by the way? Okay. Yeah, but you know, so we're looking at all of these kind of things, right? As to how is operations going to be affected. Now, somewhere in your assignment, I want you to talk to me about the effect of load shedding. The effect of load shedding on your operations. Maybe it doesn't affect you. So you'll say to me, load shedding is a factor, but it has not affected me directly or in my work directly for the following reason. But it has affected me indirectly. If it has. So for example, if you are working outside in the field, load shedding doesn't really affect you, right? But if you're working in an office environment, then maybe it affects you. But although you're working outside, like right now, right? I want you to come here, so I'm working outside the office. But before I left the office, I needed to print out a register. And there's no electricity, the printer is not working. Although I'm working outside, it still affects me indirectly, right? I'm still able to do my job. Like before I leave now, you guys just give me a double page. Or before you bring the register, I want you just to sign the register, right? So that I keep that as my evidence as well. So, although I'm outside, it still affects me on the inside. So say for example, today is payday. Because there's no electricity, I can't, the internet's off now, I can't check I don't have data, so I can't check whether I was paid or not paid. Because there's no electricity, my office couldn't run the pay slip. So I got paid, but I didn't see my pay slip, so I don't know what my deductions are. You understand? Or I go there to a company now to pick up an order, and they tell me, sorry, you can't pick up the order because we're offline. Like the other day I walked into, and this fortunately, I went into Checkers, ShopRite Checkers, right? Where I live. And when I went there, because I was with my wife, I just grabbed she was driving, so I just grabbed my credit card. But I just took out of my wallet just 50 Rand in notes, right? Just in case I stop on another shop on the way out and I have cash for me in case. So I go into Checkers. I was only going to go there for bread, but you know bread never costs, for bread costs 500 Rand, right? If you go into a shop without a list, you end up taking everything else that looks nice there. And sometimes you forget the bread that you went there. Okay, that's why it's important to plan, right? But anyway, I went and got bread, but I just got one or two other things that let me take a basket so I could carry there and try and go there to the cashier. And when I got to the cashier, she said to me, cash only, no card will be offline. Now I only carried 50 Rand. So I had to leave one or two of the things behind because I was not prepared to go to the car and come back in. And I just had 50 Rand, so I paid for the bread and a couple other things. And I had to leave. So does that affect production? Yes, it does, because it's affecting me now as a customer. It also affects the shop because instead of now getting 500 Rand, they're only got 50 Rand. You see now, they lost out on 450 Rand business. So that affects you. So that's what I'm saying to you. The topics that I'm giving you are saying, previously I would have asked you, how did COVID 19 affect your operation. And in the horticultural sector, we got affected badly because we couldn't practice what we wanted to do. Okay? We were not allowed, because we were not essential services. Literally, if you were doing garden services and landscaping and all that, whether you were even landscaping in hospital, you couldn't work. We were not essential service. Effectively, we were getting no money doing that thing. Our staff were not getting any money. Then we had to apply for the TARES and all the other grants, you understand? But did it affect us? Yes, absolutely. Did that affect the hospitality business? Absolutely. Nobody was able to sustain. So, I'm giving you those operations. Are there things that are, so you talk to me in your book as well, or in your report, about factors, and you can put this thing about ESCOM under factors that affect operation management. Factors that affect operation management, right? Or the operations, the daily operations of my company where I'm working. So factors that affect it. Okay? Then you also can also put in factors that improve production. But don't forget, I also want you to find out and figure out what are the things that are doing inefficiently in a company that you can actually do more efficiently. Now, the last thing before I close off, and we're going to have Sanela come in just now. I want to do a quick calculation, right? I want to do a quick calculation for you for something, right? So, we got a staff complement of, generally, if you're working with a team of brush cutter operators and stuff like that, we're at a grass cutting team, the team leader, etc. We go on a truck averaging about 20 people, okay? So 20 general assistants, we got one driver, right? Driver stroke supervisor on that truck. So, every morning, as per usual, we get into the depot, we do whatever we need to do, and then we pick up our machines and equipments, our harnesses, etc., and we go off into the back of the truck, and we need to leave the depot at 7:30 every day. Okay? And 7:30 is also not the best time, especially working in Durban Central, for school traffic, etc., and then you don't get to go to places and get to camp. But anyway, we need to leave the depot at 7:30. So we packed and ready. So we have one employee that pitches up 5 minutes late. So we lost 5 minutes, right? We lost 5 minutes, right? No. We did not lose 5 minutes. We lost 5 times 21. Because there's 21 people here. Or 20, let's say, because you are the one that is late, right? So it was 19. 19 plus the driver. So we actually lost 20 times 5 minutes. We lost 100 minutes. What is 100 minutes? 1 hour and 40 minutes of time we've lost. 1 hour and 40 minutes. Okay? That by only being 5 minutes late. If she was 10 minutes late, we now lost 200 minutes. 15 minutes late, 300 minutes. Can you see what I'm saying? And 300 minutes, by being 15 minutes late. Now we're only off late for 15 minutes. Why are you making a big noise? 15 minutes late means we lost 300 minutes. 300 minutes is 5 hours. If you go to work and you work for an 8-hour day, like in the municipality or some places where you have to travel far and wide, if you get to work, it takes you 1 hour to get to your work site, 1 hour to get back to where you are, right? That's only left with 6 hours. What about the tea break and your lunch break that you have in between? So now it comes down to 5 hours. Effectively, for you coming 15 minutes late, we lost 1 full day of work. Can you understand now why late coming is a problem? And why I have a problem with it? And I will never stop having a problem with it. If you come late to my class, I'll ask you to leave. Especially at 30, I won't ask you to even stand out the door. I'll tell you, please, it's okay, you don't have to come to class. You're excused for sleep for the rest of the day. You need to be on time every time. Attendance and punctuality, very, very important. Remember, they mean 2 different things. Attendance is being present. Punctual is being present on time. So today, some of you are present, but you were not present on time. You came late. I don't make a big noise or story about it, but I'm trying to explain to you what that was. So you were 5 hours late. So what is 5 hours? What is 5 hours in monetary terms? In monetary terms. So each general assistant, you have a calculator, did you calculate all of it? So each general assistant, right, or machine operator gets paid an average of 6,000 rands per month. Okay? Right, 6,000 divided by 22, there's about 22 working days a month, right? 6,000 divided by 22, 272 rand per day, right? 272 rand per day. Divided by 8 hours, 34. 34 rands, right? So, now that becomes 34 rands. But that's for one person. Right? That's for one person. So 34 rand times 20, 681. So 681, right? Now that's 681 rand for 5 hours lost. No, that was for what is it? No. Okay, that's for 8 hours. So we worked out here 6,000 rands per month, right? We divided that by 22 days in a month. Okay, so we get 272 rand for one person, per person, right? Per day, per person, per general assistant. Okay? Now, if that's what the person gets paid, so divide this by 8. 272 divided by 8. Right? 34. So that means effectively it is 34 rand per hour, right? And that's for 1 GA, right? That's for 1 GA. So if you multiply this by 20 general assistants, remember we're not even taking the truck driving, we get paid a lot more, right? So 34 rand times, you got 618, this is for 20 GAs, right? Right? Yeah. So it's 34 rands for 1 hour, right? For 1 hour. So for 1 hour, if you are 1 hour late, right? So if you're 1 hour late, then that means it's 681 times 20, right? This is for 1 hour. Then multiply that figure by 5. Yeah, 681 by 5. So basically we're losing 3,400, right? Is it 3,400 rand? 3,400 rand, when the company is a big company, 3,400 shouldn't be much, right? But now take that 3,400, right? Take that 3,400 and multiply it by the 22 days that we're talking about. Because we're taking into account now, if one person comes late every day why only one person comes late every day? I'm not talking about everybody, I'm talking about one person coming late every day. So what you got? 3,422? 74,910. Starts to add up, right? 74,910. So initially it was 3,400 per month, okay? And now if we're looking at a year, it can be 74,000. So when you're looking at your company's profit at the end of the year, and if you saw you made a profit of 100,000, would you be happy at 100,000 or you would be happy at 174,000? Obviously 174. Now we just talk about small figures. Now what happens when 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 staff and when your salary is higher, continuously comes 5 minutes late and 10 minutes late? It affects the bottom line. How are you going to be competitive with your remain competitive with your threat out there, the other company, if you are losing money like this? How are you going to be able to become more efficient? That is why it's so important for staff to be there. So don't say, hey, one staff was 15 minutes late, so you okay. And why am I multiplying it by 20? Because remember, when your truck's leaving your depot to go and cut grass, you're not going to go and leave the 90 staff, come back for the one staff. If you go and come back, it's also costing more. You want to wait for that person. And the longer you are sitting there and waiting, the more time is being lost. And the more time is being lost, the more money you are losing. And for private companies, like for my company, if you are late, I'm not waiting for you. I'm in the buggy. I'm driving off. You can run after the vehicle, that's fine. But I won't take your machine and I won't take anything for you. What's worse? When staff go out to site and the other staff says, I forgot to bring my nylon, or I forgot to bring my earmuffs. Well, then you sit for the whole day. We'll just mark you absent. We'll carry on with the work, you sit for the whole day. Because I'm not going to leave now and drive back to fetch for you. You just sit. You'll be marked absent today, we will carry on working. But even though the fact that you're not paying that one staff member, it actually affects your productivity, because now instead of having 10 brush cutter operators, you're only working with 9. You understand? So instead of cutting, and if each brush cutter was cutting 100 square meters per day, instead of cutting 1 hectare, you're going to be cutting 9,000 square meters. You get what I'm saying? Or 900 square meters, sorry, I'm not saying what, 900 square meters instead of 1,000 square meters. So all those little things affects the bottom line. You know, when Google and check, and I'm going to stop soon off, when Google and check, you know companies like Standard Bank and some of the other banks as well. You know why they're happy to get staff to work from home? Because one of the banks did, I can't remember the figures, but did a study, and they realized that on the mere fact that staff are not coming to work to the office, they have been saving several thousand rand on tea, coffee and milk. Something simple like that. Okay? Even if you look at in terms of operation, can we operate and work from home as to operate from on campus? We were able to do online classes. But what was the impact of that? What did it cost the university? What did it save? Like, for example, me not coming to campus because I didn't have to travel, the safety, you wake up late, I sit there in front of the machine, put on a tie and a coat, but underneath I put my pajama pants. How do you know? You understand what I'm saying? But you are able to do these things and we can work. Now he's talking about a 4-day working week. How is that going to affect productivity? I want you to look at that in your companies. Alright? So class, I'm going to stop now and I'm going to just give you maybe 5 minutes to ask me any questions. But when you're giving me your portfolios, I want you to give me a good piece of work. Get people to read it for you, get people to edit it, do it nicely presented. I don't want that double column thing, please, or whatever you do. Don't give me that thing where you give me a story here and it comes down here and then I must come and read up here. No. Just let it flow normally. I know one of your lecturers will ask you to do that, right? But I don't want that. I want it just to be normal, how you write. Proper headings, I'll tell you what font, I'll tell you what size font. Generally, it's going to be Arial 12. Right? It will be Arial 12, you bold your headings and make sure you number. Okay? Bold your headings, you can have sub-headings, also bolded. Your main headings will be in uppercase, all uppercase, your other headings will be in sentence case, and you can but you must be able to stand up. You must be able to see the word introduction and then the story. You must be able to see the headings. Okay? It must look different. Alright. So please give me a good piece of work. Any questions? Surely you have questions. Okay. So I'm going to just check whether Sanera is there. We'll probably just take 5 minutes. We'll allow you to get some fresh air outside before we get in. It's terribly hot in here. Okay. So Sanera will come in. She's an ex-student of ours as well. And currently working for Country Life. Okay. So she's going to give you a talk. So maybe you guys, surely you have some questions. Anything you're not sure about?
Yes, when I'm preparing the portfolio for the team that sometimes do I do if we did planting because I know planting is part of what's in culture.
You can also report it there.
Okay.
Yeah, you can report it there, but obviously your write-up will be different. For horticulture, you'll write up about the plant itself and how Dr. Maestri wants you. For me, you will talk to me about the management, how your plan, what the design was, the more the planning, what the costing, if you have costing. Those are the kind of things I want, the more management aspect. But don't copy everything you do for me for him. But the way you write mine out will be different from the way you write. But you want to see now, if you said to me on this day I planted Acanthus, but then you're talking to Dr. Maestri saying on this day I planted Bulbai and Acanthus. So that's something wrong with that. You understand? You remember this, The three of us, Dr. Foley, Dr. Meshti and myself, we sit together, we talk, we just offices apart, we use the same staff room, we're in the same department, we communicate. I'm the role chairperson, so I have all those meetings. We ask, check what the problems are, and then we talk to each other and say, hey, how's the student here doing? What did the student give you? Because my thing is heavily plagiarized. Now Dr. Meshti is very good at putting out his spreadsheets and doing comparisons and checking, hey, the student for horticulture, 80% plagiarized. For landscaping, 67% plagiarized. For plant studies, 75 or 90% plagiarized. For management, 81%. So there's a problem here. You understand? So those things get flagged and then we get to write a report on each. You can fail this module, right? If you fail the module, you know what is the unfortunate part? You have to come back next year, register for the whole period of will just to write a report on one concept, on one module. You understand what I'm saying? Especially if it's not your last house, or if it's your last house, if your last house is any subject, you may get a chance, but if you have two, you still have to work for the 6 months and you will have to do the report. Because you can't now all of a sudden say, no, in 1 month's time I'll be able to complete a report. No, we want a report that is current, because you have to be registered for the current year. It's like failing any other module on first year or second year, you understand? It's exactly the same thing, except you are in a different environment. Okay, so that answers that question. Any other questions? But class, from time to time when I remember stuff, I'm going to put stuff on Moodle for you. I'm going to send out notifications. You two want to chat to me via that. And then when you're doing your portfolios, if at any stage you want to just send me your portfolio but make it with prior arrangements, just to have a quick squiz through it, I won't mark it, just a quick squiz. We can do an MS Teams. I can quickly tell you, hey, you know what, you're going wrong there, right here. That's okay. I think you need to beef up here. Just check the typeset here. Just check, I can give you some feedback, right? And let me tell you, generally the students that come and get feedback are the ones that tend to do better because of what value it is. If the day I'm going to be giving you a final mark, I tell you, you should have done this, you should have done that, you should have done that. Are you going to be able to take any of those comments and implement it? No. So you come to me, because it's continuous assessment, you come to me earlier. And also I am going to ask you to give me I may give you some of you, may even compel you to send me your work, your drafts, because then I know you're not leaving it till the last moment. I want you, once you work for a week, go and put your input in, or every day after when you get home, go and type that thing. It'll take you 10-15 minutes to do whatever you did each day, but it'll take you a long time if you leave it for the last minute. You understand? So time management is critical. Project management. So if you ever get employed as you get to supervise a certain task, if you get to supervise something, write about that time. On these days, yeah, I got given a task to do this garden by myself. I'd also get given certain number of staff, and we had to do this, and this. This is how I did it. When I supervised staff for the first time, staff gave me a hard time because I'm brand new, or because I was able to do this, that, and that. We worked together collectively, and they were able to give me their cooperation, and we got the job done. You understand? So also I want to know in that there, in terms of management, what were some of the positives and things that worked for you, and what were some of the things that you found very, very difficult? So tell me about your experience, but pertaining to operations management, wherever you work. That is actually what I want. But whatever you're telling me, it must be learning. Every single day, learning must happen. You understand? Because it's going to make you better. All right. So thank you very much. Any more questions? Please ask. Okay, I'm here for the rest of the day, whilst we have the other two speakers, so we can also speak. I just want to check whether, thank you. We'd like to welcome one of my students, Sanele Lau. I think her surname is appropriate. I don't know the name of the cause of Alo. Whatever it means, it's translated.
It's
okay. How long is Lau? Hello. What do you think of aloe? What's that? Intla. Okay, something like that. So earth, aloe, all the same, right? But yeah, you can see she's actively involved in beautifying the earth and landscape, etc. So appropriately, sometimes you know, like you say bolt as in speed, a fast runner, then you have a club as well, right? Yeah, but just to give you a quick intro, Saraya started studying with us in 2012. Okay, which is not too far away. Okay, and then in 2014 she graduated with a diploma. In 2016 she completed her BTech degree. You can see minimum time, right? 3 years, 2 years, so minimum time she's qualification. And then in 2017, she opened up her own company called Real Landscapes. Okay, there was a seed. Okay, the seed. Okay, and remember everything starts from a seed. Okay, seedling grows.